Building. Hello, everybody. Hello, Alessandra. We can't hear you.
Good morning, everybody. Good afternoon, good evening. Apologies, I'm in an airport. Welcome to World Water Day.
And before we go any further, I will start recording this at this time. And a message might come up and ask you to click a button if you wish to proceed. This is all standard. So from here, we'll hear shortly from Alessandra before she gets onto a plane.
So welcome everybody. This is the international edition of the 25th edition of Rivers in Spring. Rivers in Spring started in Mantova 25 years ago, and we are celebrating its jubilee today. It is a pleasure to be here with you, and it's an honor to be hosting such great people on the call today. We're live streaming from Zoom, where we have a lot of participants joining to give us their perspectives. I will be with you for a short while and then join after I land on the other side. Thank you, Stu.
Okay, thanks, Alessandra. We'll now move into the acknowledgement of country. We'll wait for this slide to come up. Okay, and firstly, because this is in Australia, we would like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of unceded land, skies and waters on which Deakin Uni and its campuses live and work. We learn and teach through virtually and physically constructed places across time and space, and we pay our deep respect to ancestors and elders of the Wadawurrung country, the Eastern Maar country and Wurundjeri country, where our physical university campuses are located. And we also acknowledge many First Nations people from all of the countries who will join us online today. Okay, so now with that done, what we can do is move on into the next phase of this, which is a welcome from Professor Serena Petrazzoli, who is the Councillor for Public Education in the municipality of Mantova, and we'll play this video now.
È con grande entusiasmo che vi do appuntamento alla 25esima edizione di Fiumi di Primavera in occasione della Giornata Mondiale Internazionale dell'Acqua. Anche quest'anno Mantova accoglie una manifestazione interessantissima per tutti, per i cittadini, per le scuole, per i docenti, per gli scienziati. Ci saranno 4.000 studenti sulle rive del lungolago Gonzaga a parlare dell'acqua, questo bene che non è un bene che dobbiamo considerare acquisito, ma è un bene che va difeso, è un bene di cui si deve parlare, è un bene che si deve studiare, sperimentare. In occasione di questa giornata ci saranno moltissimi laboratori, esperienze, rendiconti di quello che si è fatto all'interno degli istituti, dalle scuole dell'infanzia, scuole primarie e secondarie di primo e secondo grado. È un'occasione unica, la nostra città è una città ideale per questa giornata internazionale, è una città circondata dai laghi. Ricordiamoci che l'acqua è una risorsa per tutti ed è un bene per tutti. Questa giornata è un'occasione per rendere più consapevoli gli alunni, gli studenti, i cittadini di quanto è importante, di come possiamo tutelare questo bene e renderlo a disposizione di tutti. A tutti coloro che hanno reso possibile questa giornata, è davvero grazie al lavoro di tutti insieme in rete che si riesce a organizzare una giornata così. Grazie.
Buongiorno.
Thank you for the introduction, Professor Serena. I can translate briefly that introduction in the native language of Mantova, which is Italian, of course. Professor Petrazzoli is highlighting how important it is to come together on this day, recognizing the value of water as a shared resource that needs to be protected and looked after for the generations to come. She also highlights how major events like this, and you will come to understand a bit more about this shortly, can only come together thanks to the help of many. Today in Mantova, with which we will connect in a few minutes, there will be over 4,000 students on the shores of the Mantova lakes, sharing initiatives and activities that some schools have produced and prepared to engage the community, including other students, other teachers and citizens on the topic of looking after water and what it means to value water as a resource. Maybe Stu, you can introduce us to today's World Water Day theme. Thank you.
Thank you, Alessandra. Yes, today this is an event which is in line with the United Nations World Water Day, and this year what we're talking about is glacier preservation. And one of the really important things is that glaciers are a critical part of the ecosystem for a variety of factors. We've heard about how much they can and do shape the environment that they're a part of. When you look at the country of Canada, there is a significant proportion of that country which is absolutely flattened by the glaciers of the past. However, what we're talking about here is managing water and the water cycle, and glaciers play a huge role in that as part of the United Nations 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. And so this is one of many events as part of this, and we will not directly work on the theme of glaciers, but one thing that is really important, as the professor said before, 4,000 students will be walking past these lakes in Mantova, and these lakes, a lot of the water that they have is derived from the melting of ice, and other lakes around there are from water from glaciers. So we're actually directly linking ourselves to the globe theme this year. Ale, do you have anything else?
I think this year in Italy, we reported the lowest for a long time level of snow, and problems for our glaciers that provide us with the water, and not just the water, but also the energy that we use across the country. So the impact of glaciers and glaciers melting is something that might look remote for most, but it is something that's very close to home and should be very close to home. And even if we think of small things like microplastics and how they affect the melting of snow and glaciers, we can possibly do more towards preserving our glaciers through our everyday choices.
Okay, and now that we've covered these items, we have, I think we're ready, Ale, to have one of our guests dial in and join us. So what we will do is welcome one of our great colleagues, Dana, who I know is with us today. And what I'll do is stop sharing the screen, and Dana, I'll allow you to have to be the focus of what people are talking about. So Dana, please go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning. Buongiorno tutti. Yeah, my name is Dana Votapkova, and it's really my great honor to greet you on behalf of the Globe Regional Office for Europe and Eurasia that is located in Prague in the Czech Republic. As you hear today, it's a really special day. It's an amazing event, Rivers in Spring, and I am honored to be part of the Rivers in Spring international virtual event and celebrate World Water Day with all of you, with students, teachers, experts, organizers. We are proud that the Globe, Europe and Eurasia can collaborate on this event. So first, let me give a big thanks to Globe Italy team, to Lapter Crea School Network in Mantova, to Deakin University team in Australia, and to all organizers and supporters who prepared this event, the 25th edition of Rivers in Spring. Thanks to the outstanding work of organizers, we are gathering in person in Mantova. So I had 4,000 students. It's amazing. And while a global live broadcast will share insights and presentations from students, scientists, educators from Italy, from Europe and Eurasia region, from Asia Pacific region, from North and South America. It's really amazing how organizers connect people together for today. People from all around the world are meeting for the same reason, to recognize the vital importance of water and the significance of preserving this precious resource for future generations. The GLOBE program, as many of you may know this program, it's a global science and educational initiative that brings together students, teachers, scientists, and citizen scientists from 127 countries around the world. GLOBE participants investigate and study Earth system science through their own research projects. You will hear some of them today, focus on specific GLOBE measurements protocol or global questions. It's truly amazing to see people across border and cultures working together to understand and protect water, our environment, and with the water being a really key topic. Supporting cooperation in our region is the goal of our team at the GLOBE Regional Office, Europe and Eurasia, and we are grateful for the cooperation with the GLOBE Italy. GLOBE Italy and Italian schools have been at the forefront of water research in our region, exploring different aspects of water ecosystems and also introducing new topics. The Microplastics Monitoring Initiative is remarkable, and it's wonderful to see the huge interest from schools in our region in exploring this important topic. This Microplastics Initiative started in 2021, and this year it's culminated by the exhibition, The Torments of Poseidon, Microplastics in Hydrosphere, in Palma Nova, which closed last Sunday. And it was really a great success. 3,000 enthusiastic visitors, including students, teachers, scientists, citizens of all ages, visited the exhibition. At the beginning of February, we as a GLOBE Regional Office, Europe and Eurasia, we organized a students' virtual conference called the Best of GLOBE Europe and Eurasia, which showcased the outstanding work of GLOBE students. And one of the awards received the GLOBE School from Italy. It was the GLOBE students led by teacher Sabrina Pellizzari from the school Istituto Comprensivo de Amicis di Marcalo con Cassone. Sorry for pronunciation. But really, it was a great work and presentation of these students and teachers. Another international collaboration from Europe and Eurasia is not tied to water, and it's taking place within the campaign Spring Tree Orphanology campaign, where schools across the region observe trees waking up from their winter sleep. And again, many Italian schools actively participate. They contribute to scientific knowledge. And I'd like to mention the last campaign that is organized this year. Maybe you know that this year the GLOBE program celebrates its 30th anniversary, and a special campaign focused on comparing GLOBE data past and present is organized. And Italian schools are again very active in these initiatives. So big thanks to activity of GLOBE Italy. And next, I'd like to mention that Rivers in Spring and the initiatives of the GLOBE program I have just introduced or mentioned has really a significant impact. They help to build a community of people who are passionate about nature. They also empower students by providing them with a platform to share their research or findings with a global audience. They are these students and teachers and all these people, they are becoming ambassadors of their countries in the international community. So to conclude, I wish all the best to today's Rivers in Spring celebration, to everyone gathering in Mantova, to all students, teachers, and visitors there, and to all people joining online broadcast. Thank you all for making this event happen, and enjoy this special day. So grazie a tutti. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dana, for your kind words once again. And one thing that I think it's really important to acknowledge is your assistance, guidance and support as we've been undertaking the microplastics. So I know that Sandro isn't speaking today, but on behalf of him, Alessandro and myself, we've really appreciated how strongly you've supported microplastics. And it's no surprise that the European schools are so positive, noting the leadership that you're providing. So yeah, it was a good reminder as well that the globe has 30 years coming up this year, and they're looking at data. So hopefully microplastics will become part of that data set into the future. Thank you again, Dana.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Stuart.
Okay, now what we might do is share the screen again and make sure I share the right one. And what we can do is move on to the next phase, which happens to also be more about the microplastics. We're launching the microplastics again for another year. The video has frozen, so I will just try to. Here is a slide. Okay, Ale, before we lose you, would you like to add anything about the microplastics monitoring campaign launch?
Thanks, Yoshu. About to board and hi everyone. We are launching again this campaign. It's been highly successful and it's been the reason for us to bring together all the data that we have collected, and that has painted quite a bleak picture of the world in terms of microplastics. But what we want to do this year is actually focus on more information. The focus of this year's campaign will be on trying to collect more data for more water bodies. And we ask for your help because it's only through your help that we can compile a compelling set of data to present this as a proposal for a new globe protocol. Thank you for your time. I shall board now and see you in an hour or so.
Okay, thank you, Alessandra. Yes, so this year with the monitoring campaign, what we hope to do is to consolidate the data and encourage schools to share the data that they gather, noting that people have been undertaking this for some time, and we want them to share with other people the data that they have generated. What I'm going to do in the background is just quickly restart the video because it doesn't want to play.
I believe Mantova are ready for you.
Okay, we'll bring them up instead. I'll stop. I have stopped sharing. And we can spotlight Mantova.
Hi everybody. Okay. Welcome to Mantova. Welcome to the Rivers in Spring 2025, which is the most important event for Mantova school and the community. You see a lot of students here on the river, on the shores of the Mantova Southern Lake, Lower Lake, and there are 103 activities, proposal of activities that students and communities are held in. Close to me, there is Lorella Rigonat, which is the country coordinator of Italy together with me, and she will say hello to you.
Hello, everybody. I'm very happy to see today Sandro and many people on the river in Mantua. It's a very interesting, many activities, many people, many proposals to environmental. I'm very, very nice. I'm very, very happy. And now start with interview with CNR, Luciano Massetti, CNR. Yeah.
Good morning. I am from CNR, National Research Council of Italy. I am from Florence and I work in the Institute of Bioeconomy. We brought some of our activities, research activities. Yeah, you can see here our stand. Some activities regard the importance of soil that is the basis of life, let's say. Plants have their grounds in the soil, their say roots in the soil. They take from the soil nutrients, and we propose some activity. One is connected to a project with the University of Brescia, Padova, and Verona, and is called the Urbio Park. And this project is about studying the importance of green areas in cities. And because green areas provide ecosystem services that might improve also the health of the people that live near this park. And actually, this is what we want to study. And another activity is regarding the characteristic of soils. And we also brought some information about the Arctic Basic Italian Station, Dirigibile Italia, that is a research station at North Pole, in the Svalbard Islands, where there are several scientists from all the countries study glacier environment. So they study glaciology, marine ecosystem environment in glaciers, the quality of that environment, so the quality of the air and so on. And also they study the sky. Some study northern lights. So, for example, and this Italian base this research station was founded there because formerly in the 1927 was the base where the first expedition to North Poles started. There was a cooperation between Norge and Italy. So Umberto Nobile was the famous explorer that go there. So thank you.
Thank you, Luciano. Thank you very much. For us, it's very important the presence of the CNR from Florence, which is the presence here. They are coming to us and all the years. So we thank you, Luciano. Thank you to your colleagues and to your institution. Thank you very much. Se puoi passare qui. Now we are moving to another university, which is the University of Modena in the Reggio Emilia. And we are going, no, ciao. So we are moving, Lorella, vieni anche tu. We are moving to this university. They are also very important for us. Professor Daniela Prevedelli, which is here, and she will explain what kind of activity she is bringing and proposing.
E noi siamo dell'Università di Modena e Reggio Emilia, del Dipartimento di Scienze della Vita. Sorry. We are research of the University of Modena and Reggio Emilia, Department of Life Science. We study the microplastic in the environment, so from water to city and soil, and also in the air. Sorry. We have some sample from the beach, so you can see how much you can find in the sea and on the beach. Some example of microplastic that you can find in some product, K-product. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Now we start with a visit of the exhibition on the river and visit a different stand, many stands, and we would like to see all how many people, how many students, and come on with me. So here we have many exhibits with primary school, for example. We have IC Ceresara, IC Marcallo. IC for us is primary school and secondary and middle school in Italy. We have Cryolab experiment, and there is some images of activities. And students explain or people during all day. And in the next step, we visit another, another big group of students that create sì. What is your work? Qual è il vostro lavoro?
Dobbiamo prendere i cartelli e poi dobbiamo staccare queste immagini che sono attaccate col velcro e darle ai bambini che dovrebbero attaccarlo giusto.
Quindi insegnate a bambini più piccoli. We teach a small student. Ok.
E ghiacciai e sul tsunami sull'acqua in generale.
Or all emergency in the world. And you? The impact of human in the future and in our earth. And here we have a theater. And here we have some students that create music, original music. Start. Please start.
This is the sound of the glaciers and the water in our planet.
Ok, allora a seguire per quanto riguarda il percorso Cryolab, un esperimento alla volta, possiamo assistere a un processo contro la fusione dei ghiacciai, in particolare contro la coltura, gli allevamenti intensivi. Un vero e proprio processo. Ecco qui ho...
Bellissimo, bellissimi questi bimbi al lavoro. Riprenderemo un intervento più tardi dal campo. Ora la linea può passare alla regia.
Okay, and at that point, we'll leave the very nice aerial images of Mantova, and we will move back to have a look at the video for launching this year's Microplastics monitoring campaign. I'll just share the monitor again, and we'll go through this very quickly. This year, what we're going to do is look at bodies of water that are important to the schools and the communities that we have around us. And we're looking for microplastics. What we hope to see from people is measurements and data generated from several months of participation. We want to see all of your data and your images. We'll be able to provide you with some data sheets. We'll be able to provide you with some protocol guidance and so on and so forth. As you can see in the images that are rolling through here, a great number of schools and students with participants from many different ages, from very young through to more senior students, have been able to integrate the microplastics monitoring protocol into the curriculum, whether it's hard science or some of the softer sciences, humanities and social science. And that's because microplastics, they are in the water, we've put them there, and we need to know how much there is, but they actually are a sociological problem, a physical problem, a health problem, and so on and so forth. So we'll offer some training for people who want to participate, but talk with other students and teachers who've participated in years past. You'll be able to have some access to your own folder where you can put in images, data sheets, etc., and then share the information with other schools, but also be able to get information from other participants as well. So basically, we're ready for you. We hope to see a great number of new participants joining, and also participants from other years rejoining this activity. Okay, having said that, we can now move on to our first video. Sorry, this was set. We'll just scroll through this one. The first video that we'll have is from a school in Ukraine, and they've been looking at the river called the Klokuchka, and we'll now start showing that. Okay, now we have been able to see the first of our videos, and what I'll do is stop sharing because we get to have a live interview with one of our colleagues, Anicia, and I'll just bring Anicia up to the front. Hello, Anicia, how are you?
Hi everyone, I'm fine. How are you?
Very nice. It's evening here, but it's been a good day, and hopefully the video and the stream so far is going smoothly. Is it just you today, Anicia, or is Larissa there as well?
It's only me today. Larissa is watching online.
Okay, excellent. All right. Well, we have some questions for you, and what we might ask first is, from your own perspective, as well as with your with the rest of the people in the school, what was the most interesting aspect of this activity, of the work that you've done?
So the most interesting was to see the condition of this river because it's really small and we didn't know the condition of it. Then we did some experiments, some analyses with it to see how much is it polluted. So we went to a lab. I did it myself. So it was really interesting to do all these experiments.
And did you do these experiments with many friends, many other students?
So I did it myself with my teacher, Larissa, and some teachers in my national university that are doing it every day, because that's their work.
Wow. Okay. So you've managed to work with some teachers and scientists. That's great. What does the work that you did mean to you?
So this work means to me a lot because this river is located in my motherland. I lived here for all my life. And so the water from this river flown into the bigger river named Prut. And from this river, we take water into our houses. And there is really huge problem with economy because it costs really big price to clean this water because this water is really polluted. It's a 5-6 level of pollution. So it's a really huge problem. That's why I did this video to see you, to show you how is this problem in Ukraine because it's a war now, and it also has ecology problems.
And that is a very good point. You're continuing to learn and to understand the river and the environment despite having the war on. That's a really good thing. I'm glad you can keep the studies going. What would you like to say to students who might continue this work in future?
So for continue this working, you should drive into Ukraine because it's located here. And what I would say that first you should clean this river, like to take all plastic bags, plastic bottles that is in this river, and then you would do some experiments to see how much does it help to clean this river. So
that's a very important message. Everyone needs the rivers, and we hope that you enjoyed participating in this protocol trial. And we really appreciate the video that you've put together. So you've done some really good work, and hopefully if you have students and your school participating again this year, hopefully we can see more data from you again. So thank you so much for joining us today and sharing your knowledge and how you feel about participating. Is there anything else you would like to say?
No, that's all. Thank you for this ability to be with you today.
No, thank you so much. It's really great to see the work that you've done. So yeah, we thank you again. And if you want to stay online and keep watching the video, please do. But otherwise, what we'll do is move on to the next video. We have another one from the Dnipro River, and then a couple from Taiwan, and then one from Slovenia. So, Anisia, thank you very much. We'll now share the screen again, and we'll see some more videos.
I am Maria Polishuk and I'm 12 years old. I'm in the capital of Ukraine, the city of Kiev, on the right bank of the Dnipro River. The Dnipro is the main river of Ukraine, dividing it geographically almost in half. Together with its tributaries, the Dnipro forms the largest river system in Ukraine. The length of the river was once 2,285 kilometers. It is the third longest and the largest river system in Europe after the Volga and the Danube. It flows through three countries at once: Ukraine, Russia and Belarus. The length of the Dnipro through the territory of Ukraine is 1,005 kilometers. The Dnipro is a typical flat river with a winding riverbed, branches a large number of rapids, islands and shoals. The width of its valley is 80 kilometers and the floodplains are up to 12 kilometers. The Dnipro has about 15,000 tributaries. The largest among them on the right side are the Pripyat, Teterev, Irpin, Ros, Ingolets. On the left side, the Dnipro resides the Polisia, Buda, Desna, as well as Sulap, Sel, Worksla, Orel, and Samara. A wall cascade of reversion has been formed in Dnipro Valley. The river flows into Dnipro estuary of a Black Sea, forming a large delta. Plains are up to 12 kilometers.
Hello, I'm Neil Chen, earth science teacher of Xinjiang Senior High School from Taiwan.
We began our microplastic research in 2020, initially analyzing the amount of microplastics in oysters using ultraviolet light. Later, we learned about the simplified MMPT identification method, which made it easier for more students to participate in microplastic studies. Some students investigated whether microplastics exist in water dispensers, while others examined the microplastic content in the Xintian River at Batan Scenic Area. This hands-on approach has helped raise awareness and engage students in addressing environmental challenges.
Through measuring microplastic, I learned how to use the filter and recall what microplastic looks like. This will help me get more familiar with the process and better identify microplastic in future research.
Let's explore the environment on a microscopic scale together.
I learned how to use the filter.
Hello, I'm Yizhen from Wanfang High School, Taiwan. I'm grateful of the opportunity to learn the microplastic protocol in 2021. Since then, my students and I visit the nearby community twice a year to test the water quality and collect the water samples. It's astonishing that we almost always find microplastics. We will continue this work and share our findings with communities. Thank you.
I did a project about the water quality in Xinglong Park in Taipei. This project, the group program was really fun, and I felt very happy to have this experience.
Okay. We've just had a couple of videos there, including one which also has an interview with the teachers involved, and the students. So what we will do now is stop sharing, and we will ask whether Jelika and the other members of the team are available, and we can maybe do some questions and answers. There we go. What I'll do is spotlight this team. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Hello.
Hello. Greetings from Australia.
And from Slovenia, what's up?
Okay, well, it's becoming cold. I've had to put a jumper on. I can see it. It must be warm where you are. But what we could do is go into some of the questions. But first, thanks so much for participating in the microplastics trial and also for participating today. What we would like to know, we're very curious about your project and that you've developed a device to sample microplastics in your surface waters. Can you tell us today what your device does?
Hello, my name is Emma, and we are students from the 7th grade of Mladika Primary School in Slovenia. Our teachers, Milica and David, are also here, guiding us in discovering and analyzing microplastics.
At our school, we are part of the pilot group of Slovenia, where we research microplastics and following instructions from Blog Italy. Teacher Jelica helped us continue the work that was started by students and then moved on to high school.
We were curious if we could collect a larger water sample to get better and more comparable results, so we created a special device that allows us to do that.
Okay, so what drove you to build this sort of device, and can you tell us more about the construction and the testing?
Near our school, there is the Drava River. For the past 4 years, we've been studying transparency, conductivity, temperature, and pH levels. Last year, we decided to also focus on microplastics.
Since the official method only collects small amounts of water, and because the method filter is very expensive and hard to measure, we decided to build our own device that is much cheaper and easier to use.
The biggest challenge was balancing the floating part so that the pump would only take the water from the surface about 3 to 5 centimeters deep. We also wanted to compare the amount of microplastics in small water samples, which is half liters, with large samples, 1,000 liters. Plus, we were curious if microplastics affect water transparency.
We also made sure the device is easy to carry and that filters can be quickly changed on the part that stays on land.
Okay, we have a new team. What would you hello and welcome. What would you like to share with us today?
Hi, I am Yasha. Together with my classmates Jean, Ebal, and John, we built the device during our technology classes, following a design made by 2 former students in SketchUp. The device has two parts. Can we share a screen?
Can you share?
Okay, I will see if I can share the screen or give you permission. I think you should be able to ask for permission to share screen, and then we can give you that permission.
It's only saying that host disabled participant screen sharing, so I cannot.
Try again. It should work.
Aha, it's working. Okay.
Okay. Okay, we can see it.
Okay. The first part is the floating part, which stays in the water. It holds the sample pump. To make sure it doesn't flip over, we made the bigger using metal rods, 1 meter long, with plastic bottles at the end. By adjusting how much water we put in the bottles, we balance the device so the pump only took the water from the top 3 to 5 centimeters layer.
The second part stays on land. It's about 35 by 35 centimeters and is designed so we can easily swap filters and quickly collect samples.
The two parts are connected with 10 centimeters hose to filter 1,000 liters of water. It took us around 15 minutes per sample. We carefully calculated the water flow rate based on how much water passed through the pump in 100 seconds, then scaled it up to 1,000 liters.
After collecting the samples, we washed them, sorted them into sections, and prepared them for counting microplastic particles under a microscope.
Thank you. Now we stop the sharing. Okay, this is the sketch from SketchUp, the design, the first one.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And this question was not on the list, but did you all collaborate and did you work together as part of this? I heard the design was from older students, but did you 6 and others all work together on building this device?
Yes, we did it.
Girls draw a sketch in the SketchUp, but the boys were the one that put it together, build it.
Yeah, good teamwork.
Yeah.
For the teachers in the room, what lessons have you learned from this approach?
Yes, hello. I'm David. I'm teaching physics, and my colleague teaching chemistry. And I think it's very nice to let kids that make a lot of precise measurements. So they are working on that to be good. So the GLOW program is perfect to make this measurement. And we have the river about 50 meters from the school, and it's perfect to do that.
Okay. At the beginning of our research, David and me was mostly focused how to secure funding to buy a Manta filter. But the children suggested that they will build it on themselves. The biggest lesson was that the students overcame the obstacle with their own ideas and created their own device, which we still use in our measurements. So they are very proud of their work.
I think it's great work. So for the students, what have you learned about the water bodies? Did you find any microplastics?
Unfortunately, our research showed a huge amount of textile fibers and also a lot of microplastics.
Were you surprised to find microplastics?
Not really.
Okay, well, that I'm disappointed you found microplastics, but it is a really great example of teamwork. So thank you very much for sharing this information with us today. One final question: did you have fun?
Yes.
Okay, hopefully we can see people like you from your school in future. Thanks so much for all of this information and for sharing it with us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay. Now what we can do is start to share the monitor again, and we can move on with the next parts of our video. So what we have coming up next is some more information about microplastics and finding them. This time it's from India, so I'm going to push play. There is some looks like that's continued a bit further. Okay, here we go. Now we can move into ocean matters with India. Apologies for that. Here is some information from India. Okay, that was our video from India. I'll stop sharing now, and we will soon have another group of students join us. This time we have teacher and students joining from Slovakia. We have Adriana and students. So if you guys are ready, please wave and we can put you in the middle. Hello.
Hello.
There we go.
Greetings from Slovakia.
Greetings from Australia. We hope you're having a good day so far. Now, Adriana, would you like to do the questions first, or would you like to run through a PowerPoint if you would like to share that?
Maybe we can start with the PowerPoint because that was our previous work, and then we can talk about our present day work.
Okay, you should have permission to share your screen.
Good, so I hope you can see it.
Yep, we can see that.
Okay, so I'm going to talk about our project of monitoring microplastics in snow. We joined the microplastic protocol trial in 2021, so we became these microplastic hunters, as you were asking for. But it was a difficult time because of the COVID restrictions. So our plan to search for microplastics in 2 mountain lakes in High Tatras was not going well back then because we couldn't go with students. It was not allowed. And in January, when 2022, when we could, the mountain lakes were frozen and covered with snow. So we got this brilliant idea. Let's try to search for microplastics in the snow. The first question we had to answer was how much snow do we need to collect 500 milliliters of water? So we searched for snow density. We estimated new or powder snow there. So the ratio, estimated ratio was 2 to 10. So we took a lot of 750 milliliters glass jars with us and expected to get about 150 milliliters of water. And it worked. So these are two pictures from our two sites, taking samples of snow. And then here you can see these glass jars with our snow samples. And then we just followed the process. So we did the vacuum filtration. This was the equipment we used back then. And here are some of the pictures with our results. We were really surprised what we found because the snow looked very clean and white, but in fact, as you might see, there were a lot of fibers and also some plastic pieces. So together, most of the pollution was caused, or as we identified, by cellulose and animal textile fibers, but we also found some plastic pieces there. So thank you for your attention. This was our snow research in 2022. And now this year we decided to go back again to High Tatras, to the mountain lakes, but this time we went in October, so we got water samples.
I think this is a really good example of solving problems where the first time it is trying to sample water, but the water is in the form of snow. And so you've been able to solve the challenge of how much snow to generate the amount of water. So that is a really good example of solving problems and imagination. And also your point about how the snow looks clean and white, when in reality, once you analyze it, you can see the microplastics that are in there. So the microplastics are here, and you guys are doing great work to find them and show that they are there. So we have some questions here, Adriana, and you were one of the pioneers in the trial. You've got some photos of myself and Alessandra from when we were very young, some years ago. But hopefully you and your students might be able to tell us, why did you search for microplastics in the snow in the Slovakian mountains?
Because these places are quite touristy, so we wanted to know or to investigate if this influenced the amount of microplastics. And these two sites we have chosen are, one of is more touristy, the other one is less touristy. So we were wondering if there would be any difference, but in fact, no. Back then it was more or less the same amount of fibers and other stuff we found.
Could also be because of the COVID restrictions, because people weren't going outside as much. So the concentration of microplastics could be lower.
Maybe.
It is interesting what you think versus what you then find when you have some data. Did you have any difficulties, and if so, how did that change any results?
Well, it was the first time we did it, so it was difficult to analyze this, to compare with the database, because our students were doing this first time. So is it dead fiber, or is it cellulose, or what? Is it plastic? Is it not? So this was probably the main difficulty we had back then. But now we do it with different groups of students, so you have the same difficulty again and again, because you have to teach other groups how to analyze these pictures. Yeah.
That is the problem, that is the challenge, but also the opportunity to share the knowledge and information with new people each year. Well, Adriana, thank you for coming along, and thank you for leading your students, and thank you to your students for coming along today. To the students, have you enjoyed the protocol? Have you enjoyed looking for microplastics?
It was interesting.
It was fun collecting.
it was something to do.
Scenarios that happened, so it was really.
Yeah, fun scenarios. You would call it that.
Okay, well, thank you again for coming along. We really appreciate how you've come along and joined us today. Do you have any other comments, or would you like to end it there?
No, probably no. Thank you for inviting us to participate and for all your great work with microplastics, because this is because of your team.
No, we do what we do is nothing. It's actually the students and teachers who are the really important people and contributors. So no, thanks very much. Appreciate you being available today. Thanks for coming. And hopefully you have a good Friday and weekend.
Yeah. Goodbye.
Okay, now what we can do is move to the next video, and what we have now is a video about the another lake in Slovakia. This time it's microplastic pollution in the Strabsk and Poradsk mountain lakes in the Tatra National Park. I'm just going to move the video on a bit before I share it with everyone else. We're having some difficulties with the here we go. Okay, now I can share the monitor. And hopefully you can see the screen, and we'll start playing the music. Just having one of those sessions today. We'll bring it back to here. Okay. Okay, we've had a bit of a difficulty with one of the videos. That was a problem at our end, but now hopefully we have a team of students led by their teacher, Adriana. Are you guys online and available at the moment? I think I can see the Slovakian school there, Secondary Polytechnical School of J.A. Bata. Are you guys able to? Here we go.
Yeah, no? we already have been, so.
That's right, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I have a challenge here with our systems.
Yes,
we had a computer problem earlier. Sorry about that.
No
we'll
problem.
Be back.
No problem.
What I'm going to do is keep going with the video here because we just have had a couple of minor challenges. I wonder whether Zoom is starting to have some problems as well, because I can see I'm trying to admit people and it's not necessarily letting people in. So I'm going to continue with the video and let's see. I'll take it off screen sharing and see if I can sort it out.
Okay, so we cannot hear you.
Hi, I'm Mantova. I'm Group Country Coordinator for Czech Republic. We've been working in the Microplastic research project since the beginning, with over 30 teachers involved over time. Although locals that didn't complete the process of filling out and submitting the protocols, I know they found the topic highly engaging, and they really appreciated all the support to bring this topic to their classrooms. We translated all the materials into Czech. We organized workshops and webinars for our teachers and students. And I'm sure that this project has introduced this really important topic to many schools that teachers would otherwise not have the confidence to themselves. And I'd like to really appreciate the support of the international team behind this project. They really trying to bring real scientific method into schools on the one hand, and to develop them to make them feasible in everyday practice. It's a huge task, and the team approached it with not only great enthusiasm, but also the genuinely friendly attitude towards everyone involved. Thank you for the opportunity to be part of this project. The support of the international
Glacial lakes, Palliser's eyes. Near the end of the last glacial period, roughly 7,000 years ago, glaciers began to retreat. A retreating glacier often left behind large deposits of ice in hollows between drumlins or hills. A glacial lake is a body of water that originates from a glacier. It typically forms at the foot of a glacier, but may form on, in, or under it. As Earth's climate warms, the world's glaciers are shrinking, increasing freshwater outputs to all kinds of glacial lakes. The National Park Palliser is located in my area. The park is located in Baba Mountain Massif and covers an area of 70.5 square kilometers, and is filled with exquisite flora and fauna. Palliser is also known for its two mountain lakes, which are called Palliser's eyes. Due to its shallow depth, Big Palliser Lake, its waters warm up quickly, which is why the lake is very often visited by swimmers and hikers during the summer. Small Palliser Lake is home to rare and scarce wildlife, such as tadpoles and shrimps, and its water is often drunk by wild mountain animals such as wild horses, bears, and deer, as well as flocks of sheep. Unfortunately, as Earth's climate warms, the world's glaciers are shrinking, increasing freshwater outputs to all kinds of glacial lakes. The change in climate will affect ultimately on life and property of mountain people. Glaciers and post-glacial ecosystems play a major role in mitigating global warming. Moreover, they are essential for coping with climate change by reducing its harmful impact on freshwater availability, sea levels, and biodiversity. To all kinds of glacial lakes. The change in climate will affect ultimately on life and property of mountain people.
Okay, we've heard here about the Czech Republic and also the glaciers in Macedonia. We can now we have a slight change to our schedule because the in Mantova, the team has been able to join a little bit earlier. So I'm going to stop sharing, and what I'll do is just pin what's happening in Italy, and we'll just talk with them for a moment. I'll just talk with some of the people in the chat. Please make contact with me now in the chat, and we can sort out a reschedule. Just a moment.
Hi, I'm Aurora. I'm also from Servignano School. Okay. Here in school, we study the microplastic that are in the air, in the water, are everywhere, and also they have entered in our daily uses. So in the food, in the food that we eat every day, in the blood, in our healthy mood. So here we have some microplastic. We have contaminated. So we went in some water fuels. So and we have contaminated the water we had in here. We found very much a quantity that is so high in every river in our region, and by some stand and some examples here in this stand, we explain to the kids, to the visitors, how much microplastic we have in every type of water, what the microplastic, how they what they do in the waters, and their waste. So what they do in every ambient. Thank you.
Thank you very much to these guys. And here we have a nice exhibition on the carbon storage, where the girls now are explaining what they want to show us. Good morning. Where are you from?
We're from Servignano in Friuli Venezia Giulia.
Oh, okay, thank you. Can you explain something about your stand?
We talk about land cover. We talk about land cover and the carbon storage. We measure the carbon inside trees, and we are explaining the experiment to everybody.
Okay, thank you. But why the carbon storage in trees during the World Water Day? Is there any relationships? Potete dirlo anche in italiano.
Yes, perché praticamente comunque il carbonio negli alberi è un fattore che indica anche quanto un albero è grande e quanto è alto, quindi anche nell'albero oltre al carbonio c'è anche l'acqua, quindi più un albero è grande più ha carbonio, di conseguenza anche acqua.
Ok, grazie di questa relazione che hai trovato. Thank you, and we can go on now and share groups, especially there is another stand that gives us some information about something that happens in the soil. Good morning. Are you able to explain to us something in English? Yes.
Hi. Hi.
Facciamo dopo.
Ok, facciamo dopo.
Okay, looks like we have lost the looks like we've lost the stream from Italy. Okay, what we will do is go back to our schedule now, and so we have several people who we have interviewed, and we have some people who we are yet to interview. So at the moment, we've just had our bit across to Italy. We've also just heard from the Czech Republic and also about Glacier lakes. Soon we will have some Italian videos, but we have a couple of people. Now, who have we got online ready for an interview at the moment? Because maybe what we can do is do some interviews consecutively, and then we can go back to some videos. So who have we got online at the moment? Okay, I can see Zrinka has a connection and is also Mate Blazine. Who would like to go first? Whoever unmutes first can go first. It's democracy in action.
Okay, we are here and we are ready, maybe? Yes, we are.
Hello, Zrinka and team. How are you?
Yes, we are. Great.
Okay, excellent. Okay, well, firstly, thank you for coming along today, and thank you for having some students and teachers involved. Please, can you share some info about your project?
Yes, we want to say that we are very grateful for you because you invite us. And we are students and teachers from elementary school Šime Budinić, Zadar, Croatia. I am Anita Mustač, biology teacher, and this is Drinka Klarin, geography teacher.
Hi, we are pleased to participate in the celebration of World Water Day. We would like to thank the Globe Italy team for this opportunity to share our work with our students. So here are our students and they will say something about our project. So first is
Mia. I'm Mia. In our school, we deal with different level measurements in the areas of water, atmosphere, soil, and buildings. Measurements from the hydrosphere area are carried out near our school, on the coast of Adriatic Sea and on Vrlica Street.
I am Rina. We have been researching microplastics in the sea since 2021. We conducted our research at several locations on the sea coast in Zadar. We took sea samples, put them under a microscope, and sorted them into categories. We are proud that our image of microplastics is included in the Microplastic Monitoring Protocol Guide.
I'm Anna. Microplastic research is important because it pollutes the environment, enters the food chain, and can have harmful effects on human and animal health. We must try to reduce plastic waste in the environment.
I'm Luca, and I'm proud to be part of the GLOBE team that studies the sea and collects data on such an important problem. I hope that our research will contribute to reducing plastic waste in the environment and that together we will protect our seas and oceans from the pollution.
Okay, thank you for your contribution. We have a question here for you, and hopefully one of the students can answer it. You have sampled water from the Adriatic Sea. Were you surprised by the results, and what does the data mean to you?
Well, we found microplastics in and we weren't actually surprised because the water is polluted since there is a lot of boats pollution.
Excellent. Anyone else have any other comments?
Well, we collected them in Port Yazine and Port Foča in Zadar.
Okay. One final question. Did you enjoy the testing or going out and sampling and then testing and analysing the results? Was it good fun?
Yes, yes, of course.
Okay, you managed to escape the classroom. Well done, and thank you for sorry, teachers. We've all been young once and enjoy leaving the classroom. Thank you for coming along, and thank you for doing the interview out of sequence. We appreciate that. We've had some technical difficulties, and so being ready for an interview is fantastic. We'll get to your video shortly, and we won't do another interview unless you really want to, but hopefully you can enjoy the rest of the program.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you for coming. Okay. So that was the team, Zrinka and Anita and students from Croatia. And we have had to go out of sequence here because of the cross to Italy. So what we can do is either, if there's other people who would like to do an interview now, we can, and if it's more suited, I don't know what schedules you have within your school and if there's limited availability for students and teachers. But if you would like to do your questions and answers now, we could do them now, or we can resume the sequence of videos. So is there anyone else who is available and who would like to do an interview now? We'll be democratic and first in, best dressed.
Hello.
Okay, the system has chosen Macedonia.
Okay, hello.
Hello. I am Marija Najdovska from primary school St. Cyril and Methodius from Bitola. We are very glad to be today here with you guys and to share a presentation.
Great, thank you. And could you tell us about some of the activities that you've done?
We've actually haven't tested the lakes because they're on a high point of the mountain and we can't reach them easily. We need additional organization to get to them, like hiking or vehicles, special vehicles.
And with this, will the students lead the planning, or does the school help with organising the excursions?
The school helps organizing the excursions normally.
Excellent. And what do you hope to learn from this activity?
Well, I hope in the near future I get an opportunity to go to the lakes and actually test the data we have prepared. We have, research on Google. And yeah.
Excellent. Okay. And when will you wait for summer when the weather is nice and sunny?
Probably yes, because in the summer they warm up quickly and you can actually swim in them.
Okay, well, hopefully while you're swimming, you can do the microplastics testing, but also dissolved oxygen, transparency, temperature, and pH, all of the globe testing all at once.
Yes, we can try, but the microplastic, we haven't done that protocol in Macedonia yet.
Okay, well, hopefully when you get your results, you can share them, put them in the folders and share them. And we look forward to seeing the photographs of the activity and also of the very nice place. We'll see your video shortly, but we look forward to seeing the photos and the data that you generate. So thank you very much for participating today.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay. So that is North Macedonia, and I can see that we've got Scuola Mate and Blazina. You guys there, are you ready for an interview? Hello. Sorry about the disruption. We've had a computer difficulty, and also we have some live crosses to Italy, which is also, they were running to a different schedule than we had planned. So thank you for being patient. Hello, and so could you please introduce yourselves?
Yeah, so my name is Andrea, she's Erika, this is Cristiana, Nicoletta, and Philip.
We are from the Srednja škola Mate Blažina in Labin. We are all from the same class. Our teacher is not
Our
today
teacher
with
is
us.
at the job fair, so
she's currently not here.
There's a
but
fair
she
in the
said that we're in charge, so there's no problem.
Okay, so we have unfiltered information directly from the students, which is fantastic. Okay, so where did you do your sampling, and how did you choose that water body?
So we chose all the caves and lakes around our city, Labin. So in the region of Labinština, we call it. And those caves you can often see while passing through bike trails, or even on my way home, I often would go through the forest because it was quicker. So it was also fun for me to research the quality of water there and stuff like that, because I would pass near those lakes and caves almost every day when I was a kid.
We made small groups on which part. So we made groups on which students live in which part. So they were investigating the caves in their parts of the town. We investigated mostly the cave Negri here in Labin. It's one of the most famous ones. We cleaned it, we made some research about it, and we did it a few weeks ago.
Okay, so was the temperature warm or was it cold?
They were cold, yeah, because they came from, I mean, depends, but most of them were cold because they came from springs. Yeah.
And do you enjoy undertaking this?
Sorry?
You're breaking up a little. Could you repeat, please?
Was the activity fun and enjoyable?
Yes, it was really mostly because this is something we can do in our free time also. But we organized hikes and things like that. We went through these forests and through these caves, and it was really fun actually, because we were all together and just having a good time while analyzing these sites.
I think it is a fantastic example of how students can be leaders and take responsibility for undertaking research and also learning. So is there anything else that you would like to say today?
I think that we mostly covered it.
Yeah, we multiplied everything. Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you for being patient. We have Italy joining us again soon. So if you can stay with us, we look forward to seeing you. Otherwise, we will rejoin Italy in a minute or two. So you've got maybe 30 seconds to summarize what you plan to do next.
Okay.
So we plan to do more of this, and we are now finishing school, so we hope to promote others to the younger generations to do as well the same things we did.
To follow our legacy.
Yes, that's the main thing.
Fantastic. Well, thank you very much for participating and for being interviewed. I hope we have encouraged you to take up science, maybe as a job, and go through university. And even doing science, you can go out and do some fun stuff in the field as well as in the laboratory, and also in the office, which personally is the least fun for me, working in the office. I prefer to be outside. So thank you for coming along. And now we're going to let you have the rest of your day, and we'll rejoin Italy in a moment. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Okay, and we can now cross to Italy again, and
Una
what we'll
giornata
do,
mondiale
here we go.
dell'acqua di Mantova, fiumi di primavera, e abbiamo qui un paio di ragazze che ci raccontano, sono reduci da un Erasmus e quindi si esprimeranno in inglese raccontandoci la loro esperienza e il loro stand che presentano in questa giornata.
Hi, we are Andrea and Emina from the Arturo Malignani School in Friuli Venezia Giulia, and we are here today to talk about the infiltration of the water in the soil, which is an important study because it has some important information about the properties of the soil that can cause some events, such as floods. Like it's a study where we study the velocity and how fast the soil can absorb the water after the rain. To measure it, we follow the GLOBE protocol, and we follow exactly how we have to analyze the soil and the water. And we are here today also because in the day of the water, because we think that it's important to understand how climate change has influenced our world and how we can, and what we can do, and what we can do to improve it and to get it better. Yes.
Thank you very much. Grazie ragazze, molto bene. E ora noi proseguiremo il nostro giro di interviste qui dal lago Gonzaga con i ragazzi del glorioso Fermi di Mantova, mi pare, che ora ci presenteranno il loro stand.
Io sono Tommaso Artioli, faccio la terza B di Mantova. Sono Tommaso Artioli, faccio la terza B Mantova al liceo Fermi Mantova, e qua replichiamo quello che abbiamo fatto con i campionamenti del Mincio, facendolo vedere a chi passa, e in particolare ci occupiamo di ossigeno disciolto e percentuale di ossigeno disciolto.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody that can tell us something in English?
We are class 3rd B in IS Enrico Fermi, and in this project we examine microplastics inside of softeners, industrial softeners. We collaborated with an entrepreneur that is starting a revolutionary project about little microplastics containing there's a nice smell inside of them that sticks to the perfumes, that stick onto the t-shirts, that you wash the clothes. Usually they are made from non-reusable microplastics that usually stay in the environment for thousands of years. But in this new research, they found out how to put these perfumes inside of these microcapsules made of plastic that decompose after some time. And thanks to this, we examined using our microscopes. After some days, you can see in this manifest, after like 40 days, you can see any more plastic. So it decomposes, and it's no longer a threat for the environment. And it's something that's revolutionary, because before this, there was nothing like this. This is the first one in the province.
Review the actual people that are behind this product. So, well, as my friend said, this is actually a lot of microcapsules filled with perfumes that, well, we filtered out with this air pump. And, well, on this membrane, we can see actually what microplastic looks like. And as we can see, there are a few, dark spots that are actually represented by the microplastic in question, but also we can see them by the product on our microscope. And we can see that even in a single drop of this soap, we can find 100, even 1,000 of microcapsules. And that's an issue with the environment because, well, that's actually not really that good for fishes and animal species and other environment related things. So they developed a substitute to this. So they made it actually biodegradable. So we can, this thing hydrolyzes with the time. So in contact with water, it's pretty resistant. It's also heat resistance. But when you go to rub it on a tissue or something like that, it releases its perfume. So it's very long lasting and also withstand ironing and high temperature drying. So, well, that's kind of revolutionary because it's also one of the few products that actually think about the environment as much as this factory does.
Oh, thank you. But is this a project of that you made also for some special gare, premi?
No, this is
No, this is actually. You want to say that too? Okay, go.
The industry that gave us this project doesn't give us anything. It's an open project that we do for experience, for personal experience, and it was quite fun, and we had a real big experience, and I think that. It was good for our personal growth.
It is one of our main subjects in our school. So learning how to put in practice what we do is really important, I think, for our school.
Thank you. And of course, this is a good remediation for some problems that we have with microplastics, Yeah. Thank you very much. Good. So we can now go on with maybe another school, that is doing something about some colors, natural colors. Is there anybody of school that can explain to us in an international streaming what you are doing here?
Stiamo facendo degli esperimenti per colorare i tessuti utilizzando dei coloranti naturali. In questo caso abbiamo utilizzato il cavolo rosso che abbiamo fatto bollire per ottenere appunto l'acqua colorata di viola, che poi abbiamo filtrato e dopodiché abbiamo aggiunto delle stoffe che prima erano bianche per colorarle in questo modo, sono diventate di questo colore lilla. Se noi però aggiungiamo all'acqua di cavolo rosso delle altre sostanze come l'aceto in quel caso oppure l'ammoniaca in quell'altro, il colore già cambia perché il succo di cavolo è un indicatore naturale di pH e quindi se noi aggiungiamo delle sostanze acide come l'aceto cambia colore e diventa rosa e se aggiungiamo delle sostanze basiche come l'ammoniaca invece diventa adesso lì azzurrino, prima era un pochino più tendente al verde e adesso vi facciamo vedere come cambia il colore. Se aggiungiamo l'ammoniaca appunto diventa di questo colore verde e se invece aggiungiamo l'aceto il colore diventa sul rosino come in quel caso là. Grazie.
Thank you to these guys that are from which school?
Mantova, il Fermi.
Thank you. Again, the Fermi School. So we can go on again. And we have another high school, the Strozzi School, and maybe we can find something to learn.
In English.
Please, can you explain something?
We are doing the analysis of the water. Now we are looking for nitrates and phosphates that comes from fertilizers. Okay. We have these systems that looks at the color of the water. We now have put in the water a diesel that is a reagent, and now we put in this system. We press cold check, and then starts the analysis. In 4 minutes and a half, we will have the result.
This is interesting, especially the phosphates you are searching in the water. Nitrate, okay. Yes, is nitrate a problem for the waters?
Yes, obviously, because nitrate causes eutrophisation. That is a really bad process for our waters, because it leads to a die of all the system. So fish and plants.
Which address of study you are?
We study agricultural technical institute in Mantova.
Okay, it's up to you to preserve the waters from nitrates contamination, isn't it? Thank you very much. Bye. And now I think we can go to see the last one exhibition for today, that is the Mantegna Institute. Oh. Maybe. Hi.
Vorrei mettere a posto cuochi.
Presentate in italiano.
Siete in italiano?
Ok, salve, noi siamo l'ITED Mantegna, stiamo presentando quello che facciamo un po' nei laboratori, quindi quello che si può osservare al microscopio e varie stile di microscopi. Qua ad esempio abbiamo si può osservare la cellula vegetale, da qua riusciamo a vedere alcune volte i cloroplasti e la loro struttura della cellula vegetale con la parete cellulare, e si può invece con gli stereomicroscopi si osservano cose un po' più grandi, però si riesce a vedere bene l'ingrandimento e quello che c'è da più vicino. Ad esempio qua riusciamo a vedere un po' la cristallizzazione interna, mentre sugli insetti o comunque sui fiori riusciamo a vedere da vicino lo stelo ad esempio, oppure il polline, mentre sugli insetti riusciamo a vedere bene la testa, il carapace e le varie parti dell'insetto.
Ok, grazie. Quindi ritenete anche voi di contribuire a questa giornata dell'acqua in questo modo, quindi portando alla luce l'invisibile?
Poi si può infatti osservare anche con le acque, se noi facciamo un vetrino, abbiamo fatto vedere prima, ad esempio questo vetrino qua, abbiamo prelevato un'acqua del lago e facciamo vedere quello che si riesce a vedere, osservare i microrganismi al suo interno.
Grazie. So these guys with some microscopes make visible also the invisible, and they also worked with the water of the lake to find some kinds of microorganisms. And at the end, here we have another globe school very, very active in Friuli Venezia Giulia. And I think we can find here something, someone to explain to us this beautiful theme that is the story of a special kind of water, isn't it?
Should I speak in English? Yes, we started this project. This project is called Globe. We started this project in 2015, and this project studies the quality of the water, and we also we have our own Ola in Stanzano in Friuli Venezia Giulia. The sprinkle, yes, yeah. Today, we're trying to teach people to demonstrate this presentation.
But can you tell us something special about this special kind of river, of little rivers that comes from the soil, not from the mountains? It's natural, it's in a good state. You have many data for the coming from the past years. What can you tell us about that?
The quality of the water is really good. We already did this project 3 times, and we found out that every single time the quality was similar. And I guess we can say that it's natural, and it's really good.
So your school is a sort of sentinel to control, to monitor in the years the habitats and the state of the quality, isn't it? Also with macroorganisms, you know? Yeah.
We also, yeah, we also did find some macrovertebrates, and here is the list of the all macrovertebrates we found, and every single one of them has a special. They're all different, let's say. We did this in class, and it was really fun.
But I think they can say that the water quality is good. I think I see a good index. Okay. Thank you. Thank you to you and the teachers. And I think we can stop. And la linea può tornare alla regia.
Okay. Thank you to the team there in Mantova. They've had a whole bunch of students. There's about 4,000 students participating there today. What we will do now is return to the video.
Sono finita.
And
Anche tu.
I'll just mute Peter. Okay. Now Peter has been muted. All right. Okay. Now I'm going to share the monitor and we can resume some of the videos. And this time we're heading across to Split.
Hello,
Hello. Is that
Petra.
Hello, Petra. How
Yeah.
are you?
Fine. Are we now on schedule or?
If you are, the interview went a little bit long. We can do your interview now if your students are available and if you are available. Okay, I'll stop sharing and if you want to, I will pin Okay.
Okay.
Hello, Petra. How are
Hello.
you?
Fine, fine. Thank you for asking. We're a little busy because we have a lesson now and everything in the school, and Ivan is here with me now today.
Hello, Ivan.
We can say some few words
Yes,
about.
please.
Okay, I'm Petra. I'm from Rubica Elementary School. I'm a geography teacher and also Italian, and we have been participating in this protocol trial from very beginning, as you know. So we are very pleased that we are now today with you. Through all these years, many children and also many people have learned how to identify the microplastic, and visitors on the many fairs that we have been participating. And now we have also two events that we are planning to conduct in our community. So the first is the night of geography, and the second is the science festival, and we will together with the mathematics teachers, we will learn community and the students how to identify the microplastic and to learn them the size, how to determine the size of microplastic, because that was the most difficult for our students to do. So we involved the mathematics teachers, so they will help us, and we will have so two events now ahead of us. So now Ivan can tell something.
Hello, Ivan.
Hello. So,
Welcome.
my name is Ivan, and I'm a 7th grade student at the elementary school Rubica. I've been involved in the microplastic project for 3 years now, and I find it very interesting to participate in various events where we can explain to visitors the harmfulness of microplastics and show them how to identify microplastics. I've learned a lot throughout the project, and that is all for me. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
If you have something else to ask, we are here.
Yes, we always want to hear more from teachers such as yourself, Petra, and also from students. So, is there any plans for this year? Anything that you might do differently, or how you might increase community awareness of microplastics that you find in the water bodies?
The water bodies of Sava River, yes, we will now in the May. We have in Croatia the Science Festival among all Croatia. So we will be part of the Science Festival, and in our school we will do the open days and show the community what we have found and what can we do to reduce the plastic and the harmness of microplastics in our community. So we are always active, very active.
And that is an interesting word, active. And this question is for Ivan. Do you enjoy the opportunity to get outside the classroom?
Yes, we do many things. We go to Sava River. We do in the outside of the school. We measure the temperatures. We measure the clouds and many other things.
Among the microplastic.
That is great work. So, Ivan, hopefully we see plenty of data from you and your colleagues. I am sure Petra will be watching and making sure, but you have a very good teacher. So thank you both for coming along today. We will play your video shortly along with another one.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Bye.
Thank
Bye.
you, Petra. Thank you, Ivan.
You're welcome. Bye.
Okay, now I will share the monitor, and we have two videos from Croatia that we will run through now. Okay, I will restart at 38. And Here we go.
Might need to share, Stu. Try again, the sharing is not coming through.
The video. Here we go. The video is started.
Might have a small issue with sound, Stu.
I'm not hearing sound either. Could be here when I restarted. Sorry about that.
Finally, we calculated the presence of microplastics per milliliter by dividing the number of microplastics by the volume of the sample and multiplying it by 100 to get a percentage. Our observation after doing this experiment is that we have noticed a big raise of awareness about the use of plastic in day-to-day life within our peers when talking to them before and after the experiment. Using the Microplastics Recognition Guide provided to us by MMPT, we identified the types of microplastics on the sample. Finally, we calculated the presence of microplastics per milliliter by dividing the number of microplastics by the volume of the sample and multiplying it by 100 to get a percentage. Our observation after doing this experiment is that we have noticed a big raise of awareness.
Hello, we are the Globe group from Brugica Primary School. In 2021, we joined the Microplastics project started by Globe Italy. Until then, we have collected a fair amount of data. We are currently on the Sava River, where we are doing measurements such as the pH. Our next step is the analysis of the matched data. Our final step takes place at school, where we are doing the classification and the analysis of the microplastics.
The backup filtration device, which we bought at the very beginning of the project, we filter the water. The resulting filter vapors are being analyzed under a microscope.
After the vacuum filtration process done by using the key, we determine the type of microplastics. Sometimes we ask our teachers for help to determine the type of microplastics, because it is difficult for us to determine whether it is a microplastic or a natural material such as hair. It is quite fun to determine the type of microplastics that are in our nature, but that we can only see with a microscope.
Microplastics are everywhere and are a major environmental pollutant. It is created by the decomposition of large pieces of microplastic, and it's necessary to educate the local community to reduce the usage of plastic, because it mostly comes from the households. For the last few years, we have been educating the local community about the harmfulness of microplastics for the living world through the radio, television or live various events.
I was researching microplastics and guessing from what substance they come from. It's kind of a special feeling seeing a glittering thing under the microscope. Recently I saw a green algae and different invertebrates. Whenever I go to the store, I always make sure that they're not made of microplastics.
Greetings from the Globe team from Brugica Primary School. We look forward to further tasks and research.
Say no to microplastics.
I was researching microplastics and guessing from what substance they come from. It's kind of a
Stu, I'm afraid we do not hear you for some reason. Hello, everybody.
Hello.
I've landed again in Melbourne. I think you're back now. We do apologize. We seem to have a couple of technical issues with computers. We're also delocalized. Stu and I are about 100 kilometers apart from each other. It makes it a little bit difficult, but I think internet today is not helping us. All the videos will be available on Globe Italia's YouTube channel after today, so you will be able to appreciate in their completeness the whole all the videos that are being shown today and those that we're having trouble with as well.
Okay, now we can move to Croatia, and I will share the monitor and we can see the video put together by the secondary medical school Ante Kuzmanic Zadar in Croatia. So here we are sharing the monitor, and here we go. Or not. I will restart.
Of course, all of this worked perfectly well the other times we tried it. It is the beauty of live broadcast that brings about challenges that we haven't come across before, but that's a very common feeling to all of those who have tried this before. We appreciate your patience. What we might be able to do, Stu, is if you give me co-host, I might be able to share or pin the other video in the meantime.
I'll make you co-host now. Make co-host.
So let's see if we can
I'm just reloading the video here.
To the Mantova video, as you can see, there's a lot of students walking through the various stands, a lot of citizens and a lot of volunteers to pull together an event like this with over 90 stands and activities that schools can participate in. Requires a lot of volunteer capability. As you can see, there's a lot of discussion. A lot of discussion happening, a lot of waving, a lot of happiness, and this is the drone footage that you can that allows you to see the scale of the event. There's two boats that you can see lined up, and one is full of students, the one on the left that you can see, and the students are going down the river to learn more about the river. Stu, back to you.
All right, now what we'll do is share the monitor again, and hopefully when I push play, the thing will work. So here we go with Croatia.
Hello from Croatia. We are students of the secondary medical school Ante Kuzmanic from Zadar. We joined Microplastic Monitoring Protocol Trail project in 2021.
Hi, I'm Mariana, geography teacher and globe mentor. Our biggest problem was getting the necessary equipment, but once we overcame that, we started the challenge. It was interesting to see the enthusiasm and effort of the students who were involved in this project.
We have done a large research project at 4 different locations in the Zadar area. The research results show that in the smaller enclosed bays with weaker flow and water exchange, there are many different microplastic particles.
Possible reasons for the higher proportion of artificial textile fibers are inadequate drainage, urbanization, and tourism. In Zadar, the largest amount of microplastics in the Bay of Yazina is probably due to the closure of the bay and greater ship traffic. We enjoyed the research and we learned a lot about microplastics and their impact. We held numerous workshops for teachers, students, and the general public. Our goal was to make students and the general population aware of the harmfulness of microplastics. Students and the general public showed great interest in the problem of the microplastics. Closure of the bay and greater ship traffic. We enjoyed the research and we learned a lot about microplastics and their impact. We held numerous workshops for teachers, students, and the general public. Our goal was to make students and the general population aware of the harmfulness of microplastics. Students and the general public showed great interest in the problem of the microplastics.
Unfortunately, we seem to have the same Zoom looping issues that we had before. We do apologize for that. It's not under our control, unfortunately. It's not something we can help with.
Okay.
Stu, we seem to have an interview now.
And yeah, I think we've got Mariana and several students. Although I think actually we have spoken with
Here we go.
Excellent.
Video's on.
Here we go. I will spotlight. There we go. Hello.
Hi.
Hello, Mariana. Who do we have with you today?
I'm Mariana Škunca-Vrkić from secondary school in Zadar, Croatia, and my students.
My name is Sara.
Iva.
Hello, Sarah, Eva. Thank you for coming. And your school is a very early participant in MMPT, along with other Croatian schools. We really appreciate your commitment. So thank you very much. Could you tell us what the experience meant to you as a teacher, and then maybe we could hear from the students as well.
Mm-hmm. For me as a teacher, this was an exceptional experience. I learned the new trial protocol for microplastics, and I had opportunity to share this knowledge not only for the students, but also with other teachers. And of course, I met people who are working on this new protocol, who inspires me a lot.
Well, hello, my name is Sara. I'm a student at the Secondary Medical School Ante Kuzmanić from Zadar, Croatia. We have learned a lot through the Microplastics Monitoring Protocol trial, and we continue to share this knowledge with other students and the general public, and it makes us very happy. We are trying to raise awareness among students to reduce their use of plastics.
Okay. And we have some students here as well as a teacher. So this is a question maybe for both. Do you plan to continue to use MMPT in future? And if so, how do you plan to use it?
Mm-hmm. Yes, we have two workshops on microplastics planned for the April as part of GeoNight and the Science Festival. And we will also be happy to respond to the future invitations to participate in the planned activities.
We will be happy to participate in future workshops and activities with the teacher.
I think you have to say that when your teacher is next to you. So that is the correct answer. And for the students, can you please share some thoughts about your participation so far and what you might do next?
We have done a large research project at 4 different locations in the Zadar area. The research results show that in smaller and closed bays with weaker flow and water exchange, there are many different microplastic particles. Possible reasons for the high proportion of artificial textile fibers are inadequate drainage, urbanization, and tourism. We have enjoyed the research. We learned a lot about microplastics and their impact, and we held numerous workshops for teachers, students, and the general public. And our goal was to make students and the general population aware of the harmfulness of microplastics.
Okay. Very much. That's a really good answer. We like hearing from the students as well as from the teachers. So thank you all for coming along, and thank you so much for your participation and contribution to MMPT. Do you have any other comments, or would you like to go and maybe enjoy your Friday?
Okay, you're welcome. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for coming along. Now, what I plan to do is share my monitor again, and we'll see if we can get another video going. And this one is also from Croatia. So here we go.
I partnerima iz Australije. Zahvaljujemo vam što ste skrenuli našu pozornost na važan i ozbiljan problem mikroplastike u vodama. I čestitamo vam što ste uspješno osmislili protokol za praćenje mikroplastike u vodi. Na vaš poziv koji smo proslijedili našoj Glob zajednici odazvalo se nekoliko škola koje su onda sudjelovale u projektu. Mi smo s naše strane organizirali samo jedan sastanak na Prirodoslovno-matematičkom fakultetu u Zagrebu da bismo demonstrirali opremu i pokazali postupak filtriranja vode za određivanje mikroplastike. Sve ostalo naše su škole, naši učenici, učitelji naučili od vas, odnosno s vama, iz materijala koje ste pripremili, iz webinara, sastanaka koji su održani. I zato evo na kraju ostajemo vam samo čestitati na uspješno vođenom projektu. Želimo vam puno uspjeha u svim vašim sljedećim aktivnostima. Ostalo.
And now what we can do is stop sharing the screen because we have some people who we can talk with. And what I'll do now is bring up the monitor and here we go. Hello, Mihaela.
Hello, everyone. How are you?
Much better now that you can hear us and we can hear you.
Yeah, that's great. Okay, here I am with my students who did a last project about microplastic in a tap water.
Wow.
Yeah, and we got some amazing, not amazing, I would say surprisingly shocking results about huge amount of microplastic in a tap water of our town, which differ from the part of the town to the part of the town. And here they are. You can ask them a question and they are going to give you an answers.
Well, okay. You've offered me the opportunity for some questions and I see some very smart students here. I was an engineer who worked in water distribution at one stage in my life. So are you ready for some questions?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. You've tested the tap water, different locations. Do you think there is maybe one water supply or maybe more than one water supply?
Yes.
It's quite possible for example, my part of town is farthest away from the others, and it could possibly have a different water supply than the rest of them. Yes. So that could be a consequence. I mean, different water supplies could be the consequence of different results for microplastics.
And also different type of, the pipes and everything, because some have a metal, some have a plastic one. All the part of town has this iron tubes, and the new part do have a plastic tubes.
And
I'm going to ask you a question, if I can jump in, sure.
Yeah.
What did you find? What types of microplastics? What was the item that you thought that's weird?
Yeah, we found the pieces, beautiful purple and pinkish.
Purple and pink.
Just color is okay. Then we found the pearls, you know, the small pearls. Then fibers.
Fibers. Yeah, fibers.
But,
a lot of.
Some small fibers, but we exclude the fibers that we could enter inside because we had a deal to have a black shirt. So if we see the black fibers, okay, this is contamination. And we didn't count the edge of the filter due to the type of the equipment for the filtrating. So it could be white. Lots of things can be added.
Also black spots because our filters, they had marked squares, so black spots could be
from the ink.
Yeah, just from the ink.
From the ink.
And lots of, rust was inside. We didn't count the rust, or, there was lots of some biological samples. We didn't count that. It was lots of weird stuff in the tap water.
Interesting, huh? We don't think about it when we drink tap water. We think it's just pure water. We just see through it. We don't see these things. But all of a sudden, you have new tools, and it's really impressive to see your students being so aware of potential for contamination, and that tells me that you'll be great scientists. You already are great scientists, but one day you'll be even better scientists that are really aware of how you can contaminate a sample, and by extrapolation, how you can contaminate nature. I want to know from you guys if working with this project has changed your perspective at all, or whether you were already aware of this problem.
Definitely change our perspective. I drink a lot of water a day, and when I realized that there are more than 1,200 pieces of microplastic in the water, all of those pieces, the most actually stay in the body. And actually the most debilitating thing I found out is how much it accumulates in the brain. How much the water we drink actually accumulates in the brain. There are some statistics that say that up to 0.5% of the brain's mass is actually from plastic. And that number is rising rapidly.
I'd say definitely an interesting thing is the survey we asked throughout our school. So it's really interesting to see how much people don't know how many particles, microplastics, there are actually in the water. We asked people to guess how much there is in their tap water, and the results were from like 10 to like millions. So it's really it's definitely something that needs to be educated. Something that we need to spread the message, and more people should know about this problem.
Fantastic. I have one last question, and so the microplastics are in your water, and they're purple and pink. I haven't seen many tubes that are purple and pink, but maybe there are in your soil. Question for you is, where are they coming from? Where are these pieces coming from? It's hard to say, isn't it?
Probably from the air and from the, there is lots of deposit, the black deposit of the trash and plastic. And with the time, they became, this huge plastic became smaller and smaller. And then they filtrated through the soil. And so it was just really, really little on the end. It finished in the springs. And, it finished in a part that we use as a water supply area. Because they're really, really small, around, maybe 5 micrometers. So
wow.
They're passing the usual filter which I use for filtrating the tap water, and in the law about the quality of drinking water, you can't find anything about the size or the presence of microplastic. So this is just something that we need to work on, and Europe and everyone need to put this in the regulation, because if there is no regulation about microplastic, there is it's not there, no one cares. But it's new problem last 10 years, and plastic accumulate, and as years are passing by, it became smaller and smaller, and we don't have a clue about it. Maybe we will be not able to do anything to make to put it out of the water, but we need to decrease the amount of it that on the end will finish in these microparticles. This is the only way how we can fight against it.
Thank you. And thank you for doing your bit about changing the world through data and data implemented into policy. Stu, word is yours.
And yeah, for your students, Mihaela, what I would like to say from my perspective is you are very fortunate. You're working with a passionate advocate for STEM and for knowledge and learning. So you're really lucky to have this teacher with you. But one thing I will say to all of you is one of the things that I think is common here in Australia, we have concrete pipes, metal pipes, we have clay pipes, and we have plastic pipes. And then over time, what we have decided, one or two companies have come up with a system to spray plastic inside older pipes. And so it becomes an interior lining of plastic within a pipe of another material. And so this is where you can hopefully see that there is a potential pathway into engineering and technology. Your knowledge could really help public health by understanding the engineering through looking at the data. So this is a fantastic example of analyzing water, very simple, and then you can start to go through the links in the chain and find out what technology gives us as an advantage and what technology gives us as a health risk or something else. So fantastic project. Really appreciate your work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We will let you get on with your Friday because you probably want to have some fun, and hopefully Mihaela will let you do that. So thank you all for coming along.
Thank you for calling us. Bye.
Thank you, Mihaela. Bye-bye. Okay, now what we have another group who is ready to be interviewed, and Clara, along with her students, are here to talk about hot ice. So Clara, are you available?
Yes, we are. Do you hear us?
Excellent.
Okay, but we don't see any video. Is it okay?
I have the video closed. Would you like to share? Do you have a video ready to play?
We do not see your video. We don't see your screen.
Yeah, that's
sorry, we don't see your camera.
We don't see your camera.
Why?
That's
okay. Here we go. Sorry. Okay. Here we go. I'm Clara Guerzoni from Majorana, and these are all the guys that are students from Majorana as well, from San Lazzaro, Bologna.
Hello, everybody.
Hello. So actually, yeah, right now we are attending a workshop, and we would like to talk to you about all the things that motivated us to do all these weird organization. So I must admit that at the beginning I was not so introduced to this kind of event, but I was very lucky stepping by Professor Bruna Grumiero and Dr. Di Grazia in University of Bologna, as well as Vanna Nucciotti from Association Parco dei Cedri nel Cuore. And as soon as I started working with them on citizen science project that involved directly common citizen in getting samples from scientific point of view, I realized the power of this kind of experiences. And actually, I was really happy to continue collaborating with them. I think that from a social point of view, this allows to increase all the awareness on the threats of uncontrolled exploitation of natural resources. But from educational point of view is really, really important because all the students are allowed to perform directly scientific essays that have to be carried out according a specific standard of reliability. And this allows them to get a method as well as a lot of information, important information and knowledge on biology and also on environmental stuff. But they do that without being closed into a class, in a school, in a building. They do that by being completely immersed into a social and actually also a natural landscape and background. So this is really complete for me as a kind of way of learning. I leave the words to the guys that are going to.
If the students, if you guys would like to speak about the experience, that would be okay, or we can ask you some questions if that would be easier.
Yeah.
That's
okay. That's okay. Yeah, sure.
Okay. So as part of this experience, can you talk about the topics? You've spoken how there's humanities and science. Have you learned more about these and also how science and humanities and everything does interact?
Good morning, we are Martina, Antonio, Jasmine, and Suni, and we are from the 4th year of Majorana High School. We have been involved in the project Freshwater Watch, and we were tutored in by our schoolmates that participated last year. So this activity is constantly going on and growing since we're tutoring other students, even from different grades, such as secondary school, with the help of Prof. Di Grazia Francesco from University of Siena. Students from Majorana are constantly analyzing river status and collecting sample all over the year since last year. And all data are uploaded freely and it might be used by scientists to monitor the pollution of the water.
We feel this project close to home because of the recent flood that happened in our territory. Seems weird, but the ice glacier are connected to the flood. The increasing temperature are causing ice fusion. This results in higher sea level and massive evaporation. But such a increase of water vapor cause massive flood. This is exactly what happened to 3 times during last years, and unfortunately is supposed to get worse, especially in the temperate zone. We experienced several floods last year in our territory, including also the river that we are studying.
Okay, and which was it deliberate to look at glaciers, because this year World Water Day is looking at glaciers. So you've talked about glaciers. Was that a deliberate choice?
Actually, we had a workshop talking also about ice glaciers and the fusion of that, but we do not have any glacier nearby, actually.
Okay. It is very interesting, though, how people can look at the water at different stages. So within a region or within different rivers, as we have just seen with Mihaela, they looked at one water network within one town and they're seeing very different levels of pollution. So hopefully what you can find is whether there's different levels of pollution or consistent pollution. So a question that we did not prepare you for, you're looking at humanities and science, you're looking at citizens and artists and educators and policy. Do you think the data that you might generate from the microplastics knowledge might help inform society or politics?
We hope so. Yeah. We hope so. And basically is what we're looking forward to, because in this way we're kind of, have an influence on all the politician decision that actually takes place, however, but for rivers as well, sometimes these decisions are kind of neglected because all the public institutions are from a local to a regional and also a national levels. They're kind of pushing away every responsibility when events such as floods take place. So I think that citizens do have to get more power to try to give any direction on all the decision that might involve their territory and landscape and natural issues. So, like from an educational point of view as well, we are trying to grow little new citizens that are maybe, let's hope, farsighted, so that they can help to they have been involved in, so they know the topics and they can help in the decisions.
Oh, yeah, in fact, we prepared other people to collect and process samples, biological and chemical, from the river. So as chemical analysis occur, we expect to find some um, nitrates and phosphates in the river, especially. So in based on the result, we can understand if the condition and the health of the water is okay or not. We actually analyze and sort invertebrates that are a sign of the pollution. In fact, there are some invertebrates that tolerate the pollution, for example, annelids, and then there are some invertebrates that are intolerant, for example, Ephemeroptera. So all of this chemical analysis can help us, and we, of course, teach and tell the citizens to do that. So we inform other people to understand the river condition.
And right now we are connecting from a workshop on water, which may be a threat or it can also be a resource. And this event is open to the entire community of San Lazzaro, including also the schools in Bologna. And we also have speakers from WWF, which is the Worldwide Fund for Nature, and ARPA, which is the Italian regional agency for the environment, in order to find and analyze opportunities for sustainable maintenance of these rivers, of the Savana and the Idice. And in the afternoon, we will go on this river, on the Savana, with students from the nearby Fermi High School to study it, just like we were previously trained by our schoolmates, like we said earlier. And we also had the opportunity to train lower and upper secondary schools, so people that were younger than us. And this will not finish today, because tomorrow there will also be the water party at the Rufillo Dam and the Giardino Saviola Ice House. In the afternoon, young adults and children will be able to participate and attend in a creative program in laboratory, while adults can just enjoy a sunny day along the Savana River.
Well, I hope that the microplastics protocol is an opportunity for you all to enjoy some school time out of the classroom and in the sunshine rather than stuck inside. So I hope it's been enjoyable for you.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you. I must, also thank all the parties that helped us to organize all these convention and all the stuff for the water party. And those are actually the participatory budget project between parks, villages, and courts along the Savana River, and also the Unibo Observatory for Citizen Science that was founded by an EU project named Otters. And our school as well was founded by an EU project named PNRR for the, after the COVID period, that was called A Tutto STEM. And actually the association Parco dei Cedri nel Cuore and all the local neighborhood association and institution that are participating also by founding all these activities, so that it's really important for the territory to have this kind of institution helping us.
It is always useful to acknowledge collaborations, because as your students, Clara, will find as they go to university and into the real world, it's very hard to do things by yourself. It is much easier to do things in a team. So many life lessons for everybody.
Definitely. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure to be here this year as well. Let's see to hope you I hope you to see you again next year. I'm sorry. That was
See you again next year.
Hopefully.
Thank you so much for joining us today. Congratulations on a fantastic event that you're leading. Cheers.
Okay. Now I will share the monitor again, and we will move on with the next video, which is talking about Arctic snow. And maybe it doesn't want to play. So what I will do is, nope, it doesn't want to.
I might broadcast in the meantime the video from Mantova, where you can see flocks of students walking along the banks of the river, and you can now see students gathering at different tables. As we said before, there's over 90 of these booths where associations or schools themselves can offer experiences for visitors, and typically these are school students, but also citizens who might want to participate. We saw before that one of the boats was loaded with students. It looks like it's back now. The job of that boat is to take the students into the river. The lakes of Mantova are obviously formed by a river that flows through into the main river of Italy, which is River Po. These areas surrounding Mantova are actually formed by the movement of a glacier that melted a long, long time ago and disappeared. The melting of glaciers is responsible for many floods around our area, but also the changing of our climate. And we have been contributing to that by putting a lot of combustion materials into the air, which tend to land on glaciers and make glaciers easier to warm up and melt. Stu, word is back to you.
I think we've got the video ready to go. So let's try sharing the monitor again. And hopefully it's visible. And I'm going to click play and let's see what happens.
Hello everyone, my name is Anna Baldo and I work as station leader for the Arctic Station Dirigibile Italia. And in today's presentation, I will show you what the base itself looks like and what do Italian researchers do when they come to study in the Arctic. But first and foremost, we need to tell you where our base is located. Just to give you a few points to orient yourself, Italy is down here on the map, and if you go up straight towards the North Pole, you find this group of islands. This is the Svalbard archipelago. It's located more or less midway between the top of Norway and the North Pole itself. The latitude is around 78 to 80 degrees north, and this is where our base is. If we look at these islands a little bit closer, this is what they look like, and our base is located in Ny-Ålesund, one of the small settlements on the islands. Well, Ny-Ålesund wasn't really born as a research station as it is today, but it was born to extract coal, as it was common to do on the archipelago in the past years. And actually, in the main settlement of the archipelago, Ny-Ålesund, there is still coal extraction going on. But you might wonder, why Ny-Ålesund of all places? Well, Ny-Ålesund itself was already famous in Italy about a century ago. We've had a history with this village, and that history is tied to that mast that you see on the right of this picture. This picture is quite new. I took it a few weeks ago. It's shot right outside the village. And that mast is important. It's called Amundsen mast, and it is where the explorers used to tie their zeppelins during the era of Arctic explorations aboard zeppelins. When I say zeppelin, you need to imagine these huge balls of air that we used to tie ourselves to travel and explore. The first exploration that started from Ny-Ålesund was the one from Roald Amundsen, hence the Amundsen mast name, and he tied his own zeppelin, called Norge for Norway, to that mast before leaving and exploring and reaching the North Pole. He was the first one that did it on a zeppelin. But then a couple of years later, An Italian general named Umberto Nobile tried again because he wanted to take some more measurements. He had some scientists aboard on his mission this time. He didn't just want to reach the pole itself. This was a scientific expedition. And the Zeppelin, which is here shown in the picture, if you haven't figured out what the Zeppelin is yet, well, the one that we used in 1928 was named Italia. It wasn't really a lucky expedition. I mean, we managed to reach the pole, but then the Zeppelin crashed on the sea ice on the way back to Ny-Ålesund, and a whole search party went out. Actually, multiple search parties went out, among which Roald Amundsen, who tried to bring back our general and his companions. And actually, this is how Roald Amundsen died. He disappeared. We don't really know what happened to him, but he never came back from the search for General Umberto Nobile. So this is the story that links Italy and Ny-Ålesund for about a century by now. And here is a picture of how the village looks like today. As you can see, there are many flags, and every flag is linked to a research station. And this already shows you how international Ny-Ålesund is, because there are many stations from many different countries. There are the British, the Chinese, the Dutch, the Koreans, Germans, Norwegians. And if you spot that tiny Italian flag on the left side of the picture with an arrow, it's because the Italian base, it's not really shown in this picture, unfortunately. They took it a bit towards the sea and we are a bit too far behind. So here is a picture of our Italian station. It was opened in 1997. And this is the plaque with the name at the entrance of our station. And now you understand, because with a little of Italian translation, the name of our station is Dirigibile Italia. Dirigibile is the Italian name for Zeppelin, and Italia is not just the name of Italy, but it was the name of Umberto Nobile's Zeppelin. That's exactly what we're citing here. We're going back to the origin of Italian story with the Arctic. Well, the station itself is not just a research station, it's also where researchers and the station leader live. And in fact, within the station, we have a living area and a working area. For example, this is a picture taken from our chemical lab. We have 3 laboratories, the chemical, the wet lab, and the technical lab, plus a clean room for storing filters that really need extra clean conditions. And these are all of the spaces that the scientists use when they come to take their samples, they need to work on them, maybe do some preparations before sending them back to Italy and do some further analysis. This is all the space that is available for our scientists. But as I said, the station is not just a working area. It's also a living area. So here is our living room. This is a picture I shot in January. So despite it being daytime, you can see that it's pitch black outside because we were during the polar night. There are some bedrooms. Actually, there are 6 bedrooms, 5 single and 1 double room. So we have a total of 7 beds for our researchers, and 1 is also always for the station leader. And this is finally a picture that is actually taken a few days ago when you will hear this presentation. This was shot on the 13th of March. And you can finally see that there is some light in the sky and there is some sunlight, a small sunshine ray that is finally hitting the village after the polar night. Polar night, polar day, these are terms we are not really familiar with because we do not live at polar latitudes, we live at temperate latitudes. Well, there are some areas above the planet, namely above what we call the Arctic Circle or below what we call the Antarctic Circle, where the alternance between day and night is not really true in certain times of the year. We have polar day conditions when the sun just never sets below the horizon. It goes very close, it sinks in the sky, it touches the horizon, but it stays above it and then rises again. Through the entire 24 hours of the day, we have the sun in the sky during polar day. On the opposite, we have polar night where the sun never reaches above the horizon. We have the entire 24 hours of the day when the sun stays below the horizon, we never see it, and it's entirely black. It's dark. It's night above our heads. And this is polar night. The areas above the Arctic Circle and below the Antarctic Circle experience these conditions. For example, in this diagram, you see summer solstice depicted. So in summer solstice, we are in the summer season for the Northern Hemisphere. So all of the area above the Arctic Circle is in polar day during the 20th, 21st of June. So this is what midnight might look on the summer solstice in Ny-Ålesund. On the contrary, when we are on the winter solstice, as you can see, all of the area above the Arctic Circle is black. It's in night time. It's in the ninth hemisphere. And this is what midday looks like in Ny-Ålesund around the 20th or 21st of December. But having said that, this is what Ny-Ålesund looks like, but we don't really just stay in the village all the time. We need to do research. We walk outside, we take samples. But when we walk outside, well, we need to be a bit careful because we are not the only inhabitants of the area. The Svalbard Islands are polar bear habitat. So we know that they exist, they know that we exist, and we try not to interact with them. But sometimes a polar bear might feel a bit curious and might want to know exactly what we are, so he might come close. Most of the times we make noise, we try to scare them. We have some guns called flare guns that don't really shoot bullets, they shoot something like small fireworks that then explode in the air and they make some light, red light, and some noise like a bang. So the bear might be a bit scared and walk away. In the worst case scenario, if the bear is very hungry, or if it's a mother bear with her cubs and she wants to protect them, the bear might decide to attack us as station leaders, as technicians, or as researchers when we are out in the field. Therefore, we are all trained, we carry a rifle, and there is at least one person with the group that is responsible for the safety of the entire group. But of course, we try never to kill polar bears. It's really the last resort. It really needs to charge us. But don't be scared. It's not the only animal that we have up here. There are other examples of fauna that are way nicer and way cuter to meet when you're out to do field work. For example, reindeers. This is a pack of 4. And we also have seals. They're very nice. They are, of course, on the coast or on the sea ice, and we meet them when we go seawater sampling, for example. But then we're not just here to play with these very cute animals, though it's tempting. We are here to study. What do we study here? Well, Italy does research on many areas. First one, meteorology and atmosphere. We have various instruments that measure, they measure weather conditions, weather parameters, and how the atmosphere interacts with the surface. Then, as I mentioned, we study the sea. We have many buoys with many instruments in the fjord all year round. They measure temperature, water temperature, of course, water salinity, direction of the currents. So we keep an eye on what happens underwater as well. Then, my joy and pride, this is snow and ice. This is our weekly snow sampling. We dig these snow pits and then we take some measurements to keep track of the evolution of the snowpack through the season. And then when the snow melts in late spring or early summer, there is tundra below. So there are some plants, some mosses, some lichens, and there is a lot of biology research going on. But as I said, my pride and joy is research. I am a glaciologist, so this is what I'm good at. And basically, what we want to know is how much does it snow and what does the snow contain? To answer these questions, we do our weekly samplings, and then in spring we have more intensive campaigns and we measure temperature, snow density, and then we take some samples in plastic vials that then we ship back to Italy to study chemical composition of the snowpack. When the glaciology season begins, which is very soon in April, we study glaciers as well, because we want to know how fast are they melting, which is the rate at which we are losing ice, and what can this glacier tell us about the climate of the past? Why do you think glaciers tell us anything about the climate of the past? Well, glaciers, you will find, are excellent climate archives. And how do we recover this climate information? Well, We take ice cores, which is long carrots of ice. I'm translating this because literally we call them carrots in Italian. I know it's quite funny, but I prefer it.
Okay. Looks like Zoom is playing with us a little bit. Sorry, we will have that video available for people to finish. It was getting close to the end anyway, but we will try to have that finish on another occasion. Now, what we have next on our sequence is a report from Lago di Como, or Como Lake in Italy, with the teacher Rosa and her students. So what we can do is play the video from that team. There's 2 videos to play, and then we'll have a discussion with Rosa. Alessandra will handle that one. So I'm just loading as I talk here, just waiting for the computer to load up the first video. Now it's ready to go, and I'll share the monitor and we can see the first of 2 videos. And we'll hit play.
L'attività ludica può contribuire ad arricchire l'apprendimento e a sviluppare competenze di cittadinanza ambientale. Questo è il principio che ha ispirato il progetto 13 videogames per la sostenibilità dell'ario, sviluppato nell'anno scolastico 2022-23 dalla classe 2AT della scuola secondaria di primo grado Brandoni di Turno. Gli studenti hanno analizzato 13 situazioni di criticità del lago di Como, determinate dagli effetti alteranti dell'azione antropica, e hanno progettato e realizzato con l'app Free Scratch altrettanti videogames, coniugando il coding e la programmazione a blocchi con lo studio dell'ecologia lacustre. 4 videogiochi affrontano il problema dell'introduzione di specie alloctone, come il pesce siluro e il gambero canadese, che altera gli equilibri della rete alimentare. 5 videogiochi analizzano 2 principali conseguenze del riscaldamento globale e dell'immissione di nitrati e fosfati nel lago: periodi di siccità che compromettono la riproduzione di alcune specie e l'eutrofizzazione, che a sua volta aumenta la decomposizione sul fondale, riducendo l'ossigeno indispensabile per la vita. 3 videogiochi propongono il tema dei rifiuti sulle spiagge e della diffusione di sostanze tossiche nel lago, la cui concentrazione nei viventi è amplificata dai fenomeni di bioaccumulo e biomagnificazione. Un videogioco pone l'attenzione sulla triste avventura delle anguille durante la migrazione lungo l'Adda, emissario del lago di Como. Attirate dai vortici prodotti dalle centrali idroelettriche situate lungo il corso del fiume, vengono triturate dalle pale delle turbine. Età dei destinatari dei videogiochi? Dai 6 anni in su.
Hi. Thank you, Stu. That was great to see.
Okay, I'll stop sharing. And Ali, could you give a quick summary maybe in of that
Yeah,
of
so
team's work?
what we saw is the development of 13 video games that help communities interface with problems of water more closely. Now we have Rosa online. I will switch to Italian to be able to conduct a brief interview in Italian, and I will translate for you all. Ciao Rosa, come stai?
Ciao, ciao, bene.
È un
Allora,
piacere averti.
sì, grazie anche a voi. Parlo in inglese? Posso? Mi sono preparata un breve.
Se vuoi,
Ok.
please do speak in
Yes,
English if
okay,
you would
just
like.
I think this project was an important training opportunity for the kids who were able to develop many skills, relational skills like confronting, collaborating, communicating, working a team, citizenship skills, computational thinking, critical thinking, and creativity. We experienced in some primary school classes how much the kids had fun, but also learned about important environmental issues that affect our lake.
That's That's fantastic. Grazie Rosa. Che problemi avete trovato nel vostro lago? What problems have you found in
Sì,
your lake, Rosa?
adesso parlo in italiano, magari vi
Va
traduco,
bene.
d'accordo. Allora, che problemi abbiamo trovato? Diciamo che stiamo portando avanti un monitoraggio da 2 anni. Non so se partirà anche l'altro video, sai che c'è anche un altro video?
Ci stiamo provando. We're trying to get the other video going.
Ok,
So
perfetto.
we'll-
Perché se volete posso mandare il link da qui, però come volete voi.
Ah, se vuoi,
Da
you can
YouTube.
probably share. I can try to give you. I think you should be able to share, Rosa. Dovresti essere in grado di condividere. Se vuoi
Ok,
far partire il
perfetto.
video da lì,
Allora, facciamo così, facciamo prima partire il video e così poi vediamo quali sono
benissimo.
le problematiche, eh? D'accordo,
Grazie.
aspetta,
So
allora.
Rosa will broadcast the video now for us. We truly appreciate your
Allora,
help, Rosa.
condividi su,
And
ottimizza. Allora, aspetta, schermo, condividi. Ecco, devo però cercarlo, per cui... Allora, un
that's okay.
momento.
So Rosa is looking for the video. It's
Sì.
quite complex to
Mm.
run this, and we truly appreciate your collaboration.
Mm.
Zoom today has given us a few challenges that we hadn't forecast. But again, that's the beauty of live broadcast. So Rosa, you've done quite a lot of work, and thank you for running the other video
Nell'anno
for us.
scolastico 2022-23 la scuola secondaria di primo grado Brandoni di Turno ha partecipato al progetto Sosteniamo il Lario, finalizzato allo studio dell'ecologia del lago di Como e dell'impatto delle attività antropiche su questo delicato ecosistema. Essendo un work in progress, il progetto è attivo anche nell'anno corrente con il titolo Ecologia del Lario. La classe 2AT prosegue il monitoraggio dei principali parametri chimico-fisici delle acque superficiali mediante campionamenti a cadenza bimensile in località Piazza Braga. Le rilevazioni finora effettuate integrano i grafici relativi a ciascun parametro pubblicati nel sito dedicato. Per lo studio di altri importanti fattori come la variazione di concentrazione di ossigeno, fosforo e azoto nella colonna d'acqua, che non possono essere rilevate con i kit in dotazione alla scuola, si fa riferimento alle analisi chimico-fisiche del 2022 e 2023 condotte da ARPA Lombardia, che gli studenti traducono in grafici. Si tratta di una valutazione importante per comprendere la portata del grado di eutrofizzazione dell'ario nella stagione estiva e le conseguenze sulla conservazione della biodiversità lacustre. Sempre in Piazza Braga prosegue lo studio del microbiota dell'ario. A partire da marzo, quando le condizioni ambientali ne favoriscono la proliferazione, a cadenza mensile la classe 1AT effettua prelievi del plancton e osservazioni al microscopio. Quest'anno la classe 3AT ha avviato il monitoraggio delle microplastiche presenti nell'ario, secondo il protocollo elaborato dalla Deakin University e promosso da Globe Italia. Un primo prelievo è stato effettuato nel mese di febbraio in località Piazza Braga. Il filtrato, analizzato al microscopio, ha evidenziato una presenza significativa di microfibre, per la quale si attende la validazione dei referenti del protocollo. Contestualmente, la classe ha partecipato a un'attività di rilevazione della plastica smaltita in casa nell'arco di 2 settimane, con l'obiettivo di trasformare le famiglie in piccole comunità plastic free.
Siete riusciti a vedere?
Abbiamo visto tutto. We saw it all. Thank you, Rosa. That was really helpful with subtitles. Also helped our international audience follow that. Definitely have better broadcast quality than we do. Well done. Abbiamo visto tutto, Rosa. Tutto
Ok, siete
perfetto.
riusciti anche il secondo,
Siamo
perfetto. Allora,
riusciti.
le criticità sono 2 anni che noi, anzi 2 anni e mezzo, che portiamo avanti questo monitoraggio dei parametri chimico-fisici, ma anche diciamo, l'aspetto del microbiota del lago di Como. E ovviamente le nostre analisi sono analisi di superficie, per cui non è questa, diciamo, la fascia che presenta maggiore criticità. Sebbene comunque noi notiamo che quando arriviamo proprio in questo periodo, quindi da marzo in poi, aumenta in maniera significativa la componente plantonica, fitoplancton e di conseguenza zooplancton, che è quella che poi crea i fenomeni di eutrofizzazione che si manifestano prevalentemente a settembre. Vado avanti o devi
Ti fermo,
tradurre?
no, ti
Sì,
fermo un
ok.
attimo.
Sì, sì, sì.
Thank you, Rosa. So Rosa is saying it's been 2 years that they've been continuously monitoring the lake, but of course these are surface water analyses, including the biology component and the physicochemical measurements. And of course these are surface measurements, and oftentimes in freshwater lakes the problems sit beneath the surface. Dice che i problemi stanno sotto la superficie molte volte
Sì.
nei laghi.
Sì,
Please.
diciamo che la trasparenza si riduce moltissimo, per cui nel mese di maggio abbiamo misurato 2 metri di trasparenza, e però ovviamente se potessimo fare queste misurazioni, ma ovviamente la scuola è chiusa nel periodo estivo, avremo dei valori minori. E siccome noi facciamo anche raccolta del plankton, le osservazioni al microscopio ci indicano proprio una percentuale molto molto elevata di fitoplancton. Ehm, Questo ovviamente, sì, ok,
Traduco se
stop,
posso.
sì.
You're running measurements throughout the year, but obviously not when the school is closed. Then you've seen la turbidità va su in estate, dicevi?
No, sì, sì, si riduce. Praticamente la
Si riduce in
trasparenza
estate.
passa da 10 metri, che a gennaio sono 10 metri, a giugno arriviamo a 2 metri di trasparenza.
So turbidity goes down as we go through the year. In the calendar year, from January, you have 10 meters visibility down to, or transparency down to 2 meters in June. And they be very keen to measure throughout the year. Unfortunately, students are not available, and students are a great workforce to do that. But that's really important data set. And they also have the plankton analysis that corroborates lake health data. Prego.
Ok, e ovviamente questo fenomeno di eutrofizzazione che si manifesta sul lago di Como prevalentemente agosto-settembre, molto visibile perché il lago diventa verde, di un verde molto anomalo, crea problemi non solo alla salute, diciamo, dei bagnanti, no? Perché lo sviluppo di cianobatteri provoca irritazioni, ma il grosso problema è quello che succede poi sul fondale del lago. E infatti un lavoro che stiamo facendo con i ragazzi è analizzare i valori registrati da ARPA Lombardia, con cui noi collaboriamo, le cui analisi, diciamo, di ossigeno, di fosfati e nitrati ci permettono di vedere che cosa succede poi sul fondale.
Grazie, Rosa. The school is monitoring phytoplankton, and they clearly see a spike in phytoplankton in the summer seasons, and that's quite visible also through cyanobacteria, which render the lake quite green and bluish green. And that's not just the visual impact, it's also potentially a health impact, but also a lake health impact that they see and they're trying to monitor, but that's why it's important to them to do. Non so se ho catturato completamente, ma...
Sì, 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 giusto ultime due considerazioni. I parametri di ARPA Lombardia dell'ossigeno in profondità sono parametri non soddisfacenti, perché abbiamo un valore di ossigeno che è inferiore al 40%, per cui siamo in una situazione di ipossia con conseguenze per la salute diciamo, della fauna bentonica. Questo perché un'intensa eutrofizzazione provoca una grande, diciamo, caduta sui fondali del fitoplancton morto, e con conseguente elevata decomposizione.
So they're working very closely with the Lombardia EPA called ARPA, and they're correlating their data, especially on the bottom of the lake, with theirs, and that's showing that there's less than 40% dissolved oxygen rates, which is concerning, and it's probably the resultant of eutrophication of the lake in that summer period. Which results in a lot of dead plankton depositing in the lake and causing trouble throughout the water column.
Posso?
Congratulations.
Ok.
Dimmi.
Finiamo qui, mi dici tu o dico qualcos'altro?
Se vuoi dire una frase
No,
finale?
c'era anche l'intervista ai miei ragazzi, però non so se può
Stiamo
partire.
cercando di farla partire. We have an interview
O
to
faccio partire anche
students.
io questa, se volete,
Se ce
finiamo qua.
l'hai, va bene.
Ok,
Maybe
dai.
Rosa can launch this as the last comment will be from her students. Thank you, Rosa. Thank you so
Sì,
much.
ok.
Truly appreciate this.
Devo un attimo cercarla. Allora.
Partnering with local EPAs is something that several schools are doing, and it's a great way for the community to take advantage.
Good job
Here we go.
indeed. How did you come up with the idea to make the video games of the sustainability of the lake?
We came up with the idea of creating this video game to raise awareness on this topic as many people as possible, especially young people.
At school, we were doing a big project on the sustainability of the lake, and we thought with the teacher that it could be a great idea, making games on these topics in order to approach them from another point of view.
What impact do you think that your video game will have?
In my opinion, our video games help to better understand, in a fun way, how the various habitats of the lake work, how common algae are created, or how a simple cormorant can destroy the ecosystem in which it lives.
Will they lead to a greater commitment to protect the environment?
If they are exciting for those who play them, surely.
We know that you also done physico-chemical monitoring of the water of the lake. How have this project influenced your choice of high school?
We did chemical physical analysis every 15 days and calculated various factors, oxygen, alkalinity and others. I really like do the analysis on the lake and the experiments in the science lab. I discovered these passions doing them and I decided that I want to continue to do that.
This project have had a great influence on the choice of my high school since I choose to study this topic in depth.
Are you now involved in projects similar to this?
Haven't thought I would like to. At the moment I don't, but as I continue my studies, I'm sure we do this project.
Not now, because we are in the first year and we are doing initial experiment and studying a lot. But from the third year, we will start doing a lot of laboratory and we will also do analysis and experiment on the lake water.
Thank you so much, Rosa, and thank you so much for your collaboration, being so ready to share.
Grazie, buona giornata, salve.
Congratulations to you and your students. Then we'll try to connect to the video again. We'll see if this next video works. We have 3 videos from Italy, or 3 contributions from Italy, one of which a drawing, and one from Croatia, which will be followed by an interview to Ankika and Co.
Okay, we've hit play and we'll see.
We have your screen with Excel showing.
I'll stop sharing and I'll share the right screen. How about that? Don't worry, it's not playing yet. Can you see the video?
We can see the video.
Try and restart it. Okay, it doesn't want to play.
We can probably play the videos from the other set that we have, number 32, 33, and show the file. So we have had to come up with a separate plan in the meantime. We do appreciate your time. When we find the videos, I'll try to spotlight what's happening in Mantova. There's someone talking and we cannot hear what they're saying, but that's okay. They're probably talking about an initiative they're involving schools with.
Grazie, avete avuto molte visite
background.
nella mattinata?
Tantissime visite di studenti di classi di più piccolini e più grandi, sì, quindi è stato interessante vedere anche i loro approcci diversi in generale alle scienze, ai problemi dell'ambiente ed è bello vedere che anche già da piccoli hanno una sensibilità che forse noi non avevamo, quindi è importante questo, c'è un cambiamento verso il positivo, insomma.
Di questo siamo convinti ed è anche ciò che anima lo sforzo degli organizzatori, no, di questo grande evento che da 25 anni viene portato avanti. Grazie della vostra presenza.
We might
alla regia.
Mantova. Again, you can see the legs again. Stu, you might need to mute Mantova for us.
I'll share the screen and then
share the screen. That's
we
right.
can
They're muted
get
now.
that running first and hit play. Nope, it seems not to want to proceed at this point. Okay.
We'll find the videos on separate videos. It's always best to have plan B, C, and D. In the meantime, I'll provide you with the drone feed from Mantova. The event is wrapping up now. It was meant to wrap up a while ago, about an hour ago, but as you can see, lots of people are still hanging around and trying to get another experience if they can. All the participants had to book their slot, and basically we were overly booked by far. And what you can see is that people are trying to get another go at that set of activities they might have wanted to try to do, and maybe they're now getting an opportunity to do. All right, Stu, how are we going?
I think we're good to go with
all right.
The video. We'll see if it plays. I'll share the monitor. And you should see a black screen and hit play.
Di Udine abbiamo da subito aderito all'attività di cacciatori di microplastiche. La cosa più interessante, più bella, quella che ho nel cuore, sono i collegamenti con l'Australia all'inizio nel 2021, quando si cercava di mettere a punto il protocollo, e non dimenticherò mai la disponibilità di Alessandra e di Stuart che pur a tarda ora si collegavano con noi la mattina.
Sono la professoressa Milo Pastorello dei Riti Malignani. Con questo progetto abbiamo coinvolto 8 classi, 180 ragazzi questi anni. È un progetto che ha come punti di forza il coinvolgimento degli studenti, la scoperta del territorio e la tutela dell'ambiente. Personalmente ho trovato molto costruttivo e bello che questo sia un ampliamento e un'evoluzione dell'attività di Globe che seguo da tempo.
Salve, in conclusione, verso la conclusione di questa lunga mattinata è molto intensa, ritroviamo i rappresentanti di ARPA che come ogni anno sono ben presenti a questa manifestazione.
La bellezza poi è stata anche quella di creare uno spirito di gruppo e anche imparare a lavorare in un team e anche sentirsi parte di una comunità internazionale a sostegno dell'ambiente. Facciamo parte dei cacciatori di microplastiche.
So you can hear that video showed us that school has been participating in microplastics monitoring protocol trial for quite a number of years, and they were mentioning how they connected with us a few times during their time. It was great for us to interact with students and validate their data and help them identify microplastics and actually try to make a difference in their community. Now we're just going to remove the spotlight from Mantova. Stu, how are you going? I cannot hear you, Stu, so there's some
I
cross
don't have the
wires.
spotlight on Mantova. It shouldn't
That's
be
okay.
coming.
I think there's some interference, but we have other videos from one other video from Italy that
Okay.
should be able to be played now.
It's just loading slowly. I'll share the monitor. And here we go. Turn on the audio.
You were seeing your Excel spreadsheet video monitor. Thank you. Apologies, everyone. Zoom is playing up with us today.
Buongiorno pescheria!
Hello, this is 911. What emergency service do you require?
Tactical nuke incoming!
That's great. Thank you, Stu. You can keep sharing the screen. That's fine. That was a great video to remind us of the health dangers of microplastics. And I think we heard a lot of microplastics today. And as we said earlier, microplastics have been demonstrated to increase the ability of snow and glaciers to melt because they retain heat. They decrease what is known as albedo. Stu, we do not hear you.
Now we can move on to plastic bug.
Plastic bug is a piece of art prepared by one of the students. It's you can pause this video, Stu, for a moment.
Yeah.
And it's making us reflect on the consequence of plastic being all around us and potentially ingesting us, aside from the fact that we're ingesting it. And that's a major concern for this student. We thought it was worth bringing up today because it was a great, really nice contribution. Now we have another video coming, this time from Croatia. Croatia is a real contributor to the microplastics monitoring protocol. They're a very active globe country. They are immersed in environmental education. Here is the video.
Hi, this is a short summary of our work with microplastics so far. We have joined to Microplastic monitoring campaign with educational webinars in February 2021. For Water Bodies Challenge, we made video about River Kupa that flows near our school and started educating our students about microplastic around us. Students practiced research methods before starting with real projects. Our first project was on River Kupa on 2 different locations. During 2022 and 2023, We were a part of microplastic monitoring campaign. We sent our results to database. Our second research project was the presence of microplastic in the school air. Our results show the presence of microplastic and the dominance of fibers in both of our projects. Presentation of our research in local community and school. Clean action along the water side of Kupa River. Exchange of used clothes at the school Christmas fair 2024. Sustainable fashion workshops. And finally, we presented our work about microplastic at Globe meeting in Ljubljana, November 2024. We are planning new projects with microplastic in future because it is a really important topic for entire human population. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much for
Hi.
that great video.
This
It
is
was
short-
very clear, and as we can see, Zoom is playing with us again. I think we have Ankika and maybe Andrea connected today. If you would like to unmute yourselves and show us your cameras, we are keen to have a chat with you.
Hi,
Hey, Andrea. I think we
Ankita is not here. She has a class, but I cannot.
cannot
hear
turn the
her.
camera on. Let's try again.
Yes.
There you are. You're here with the
Hi.
students. Fantastic. Who's
I
the
have one
student?
student because they are sick. Everyone is sick in school. So just one student is with me today.
Sorry to hear. I hope you're feeling okay.
We are okay, but not great.
Not great. Oh dear,
Think maybe
dear,
we will be
dear.
sick.
Oh no.
Sorry,
There's the weekend
cannot,
coming up.
Okay, I can see you now. So
fantastic. Thank you for coming along, especially knowing you're not feeling too well. You guys are veterans of the microplastics monitoring protocol trial. You've provided a lot of insight, a lot of suggestions, you participated in a lot, and we see you have pushed the boundaries by doing air sampling as well.
yeah, we did air sampling. I cannot remember last year for our globe project. It was really fun, but it would be better if we had some more equipment to use. But it's okay. It was nice. We were praised. I think we were among the praised projects on our national. I don't know how to say that. Like we have national competition in Globe, so that project
yeah.
won an award. Yes.
Oh, fantastic! And you have a student with you today. I'm sorry, I missed your name.
Emma.
Sorry?
Emma.
Emma, nice to meet you, Emma. Welcome, and thank you so much for making some time. What did you really enjoy in this project?
I really enjoyed working on a microscope, and it was really shocking for me to see so much microplastics in the rivers around us. Sampling was also very interesting and sometimes very exhausting.
Yes, that is a word from a scientist. Definitely. That's what you would hear from me certain days. I also love microscopes, right? They show you a different world. And what have you learned, Emma, from doing this work? What is a couple of things that you have learned?
I've learned what's the problem, that it's much bigger than I thought before. The other older students taught me everything about it, everything about microplastics rivers, everything about the equipment that we used, and
Lots to learn. It must be exhausting to learn all that on top of your curriculum. So really well done, and congratulations on winning an award.
And she was yesterday at physics competition, and she was sick the entire week. So she is really great. She never give up.
You never give
Gives
up,
up.
like a real scientist. And for you, Andrea, Teaching about microplastics can be daunting for new teachers. And as I said before, you're a veteran of this, and you've been with us, and you've tackled the hardest step, right? The early steps. Can you give one piece of advice to those teachers who are new to this?
Yeah, I think that it was really fun for us, especially because I'm a biologist and Ankita, she is not, she's a chemist. So it was really interesting to see how other people enjoyed microscoping, to learn everything, because we don't have so much time in our curriculum to microscope so much. So that part is really nice, but you need to prepare yourself to be patient and have a good organization of time, because sampling is hard, and you learn as you go by. Because when we started, we were taking your webinars, we were learning so much new stuff we didn't know. We got our equipment from donation. We were like asking people for money so they can help us. And it was really great to learn everything about it. And I think our students, like Emma said, the hardest part was sometimes they were like 4 hours on the microscope. Because you can find so much microplastics in samples.
Amazing.
It's a really long process to like get everything done when you start.
And you both spoke about future plans. So I'd like to hear one from each of you. What about your future plans?
Okay, we have some future plans, like maybe microplastics in fish, or something like that. But I don't know if we have equipment or money or time for that. So that is like a plan for future, because we have also here in our town one freshwater museum. So maybe some collaboration or something in the future.
That's great. That's a great idea. Collaboration is great. And what about you, Emma?
I think pretty much the same. We thought about it for months, and
but she's going in
high school.
High school. That's your project.
Yeah, she's going in high school, but they have a globe class in high school. She's going, so maybe you will continue with microplastics there.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, you both, for making some time with us today. We truly appreciate it, and sorry for the technical issues we've been having.
Thank you for inviting us. Yeah.
Congratulations on the work you're doing. Fantastic, and thanks for sharing.
And congratulations. So we saw that you have a really huge party in Mantova, like so many people there.
Thank you. We will relay that information in Melbourne. I'm pretty alone at the airport at the moment. It's a very different scenario. Thank you so much.
Bye.
Now, we're moving on to Belgium, other microplastics activities from Belgium. We have a small video that we are going to share. Stu, is that correct?
Yeah, we can bring up the video from Belgium, and I'm making sure it plays, and then I'll share the screen. Okay. Here we go, and I'll share the screen. And here we go.
Mantova and hello everyone. We are the pupils of the Macedonian Secondarschule in Eupen, Belgium. Unfortunately, we cannot be here with you today, but we have prepared a summary of our activities for you. Do not hesitate to contact us if you have any questions or remarks. See you soon. Bye bye. Ciao Mantova e ciao a tutti. Siamo allievi della Scuola Superiore Pater Damien di Eupen in Belgio. Purtroppo non possiamo essere qui con voi oggi, ma abbiamo preparato un riassunto delle nostre attività per voi. Non esitate a contattarci se avete domande o osservazioni. A presto! Hallo Mantova und hallo alle zusammen. Wir sind die Schülerinnen und Schüler der Paterdanian Sekundarschule in Eupen in Belgien. Leider können wir heute nicht bei euch sein, aber wir haben für euch eine Zusammenfassung unserer Aktivitäten vorbereitet. Wenn Sie Fragen oder Anmerkungen haben, zögern Sie nicht, uns zu kontaktieren. Tschüss! Bonjour Mantova et bonjour à tous. Nous sommes les élèves de l'école Père Damien d'Eupen en Belgique. Nous ne pouvons malheureusement être présents avec vous aujourd'hui, mais nous avons préparé pour vous un résumé de nos activités. N'hésitez pas à nous contacter si vous avez des questions ou bien des remarques. Au revoir!
Issue with the videos. Should try to scroll forward a little. And,
yeah, I've tried to do that. I'll stop sharing the screen. And okay.
Really, yeah, this is not our friend today.
It seems to run for another. If anyone's interested, what we can do is load it up, and it runs for another 15 minutes or something with the students' names up. So what we can do next, we next have Netherlands on the list, and I can bring that video up, and then following that we have a Spain interview, a Spain video followed by an interview. So here comes the video from our colleague Mikey in the Netherlands. And it has loaded, and I'll share the screen. Off we go.
Hi everybody, this is Globe from the Netherlands, and we really love the Microplastics protocol. We have a lot of classes who work with them, and here on the computer I have Maaike Vollebrecht from Helen Parker's college, and she implemented the protocol in her school.
Hi Maaike. Hi Doreen. Very nice of you to be here today. Can you tell something about how you implemented the Microplastics protocol in your school?
Yes, of course. Hi everybody. We're doing the microplastic protocols now for I think 7 years. In the beginning with a small group, and now for 4 or 5 years we do it with 3 or 4 classes. We're doing the project with students with the age of 14 to 15 years old, each year from September to December. And with the project, we cooperate with the Zuiderzeeland, and this is our national water treatment company, because the IJsselmeer is our main source of drinking water, and the city where I live, Almere, is next to the IJsselmeer.
Wow, that sounds really cool. And can you tell something about the results and about the fibers you found in the water?
Yes, of course. Now we first we try always the project to make a party, because they don't like the whole research part all the time, because they have to collect the data. So and they have to do it under the microscope, and that's boring. Because for students like the age of 14, watching the microscope for a few hours, it's not the most nicest thing. But when they have the results, they are happy because they see that there is a lot of microplastics in the water. Of course, it's a problem, but it's nice when you are watching for 4 hours that you find some stuff. That's always better. So we go on the sail ship to the IJsselmeer and we collect water. But they can also choose to collect water anywhere in the Netherlands. Some of the students go to the islands of the Netherlands and to collect it and to find microplastic in salty water. Also, we teach them that they have to do it on different ways, not only on the way from Globe and the Deakin University, but also try other methods. So this year we tried the magnetic fluid. When you put it in the water and you shape it and turn it all the time, the microplastics go to the fluid. So you can, and then you can collect all the microplastic out of the water. So that's how we try to do different ways.
Very nice. You're using those different methods. And are the students concerned about the microplastics in the water?
Yes, because we find a lot of particles in the water, and also we see it on the fishes because we open the fishes, we do an anatomy practicum on the fish, and when they look at the fish, they can see it really in the stomach of the fish. They see the microplastic parts. So
Wow,
now
yeah.
we have a team. They was in shock a few years ago, and now they are in the last year, in the final year of the high school, and they are now looking for the damage into the kidneys because of the microplastics. So they collect a lot of kidneys from fishes, they blend it, and they are watching it on the microscope to find a lot of to try to find microplastic, and they found it.
Oh, wow. And what kind of fibers did they find mostly?
Most of the time it's plastic fiber. Also, of course, they can find some organic fibers, but they can see plastic fibers from nets and things like that.
Wow, that's so interesting. Thank you so much, Maaike. And are you done now? Or do you have future plans?
Yes, because we want to make a map from the Rhine. So we want to go to the beginning of the Rhine, the snow in the mountains, and to travel with a bus with a lot of students to follow the Rhine to the IJsselmeer, because the Rhine, it will end in the IJsselmeer. And then we can do a research each 100 kilometers to find where is the place that a lot of microplastics comes inside, because there you can solve the problem.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah,
really
that's
cool.
our plan. So we are in contact with some German schools now to work together on this project. And we hope that we have some money from Erasmus to do this project.
Oh, what a perfect idea. Okay, hopefully you keep us posted
Yes.
of all the research.
And you know, there is a
Yes.
group of girls, they will sail to the Caribbean and they will do the microplastic research on the Caribbean.
Yeah, I heard about that. And when do they leave?
In January. So about 3-4 weeks, they will left the Netherlands, fly to the Caribbean and collect water from the different islands and the sand, and to do the project again.
Perfect. Very curious about their findings. Hey, thank you so much, Maaike. Keep up the good work.
Thank you. You're welcome. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
That's friends from the Netherlands. Now we have a few videos coming up, but we have noticed that we missed a couple of videos among the various ones that we needed to play. So we had possibly videos 36, 37, and 38 that might need rebroadcasting, but we can play them at the end.
I think if we do some at the end, that way we can keep the interviews to time.
We shall do that.
We could load the next one, which is Spain, and then move into the interview.
I think we have Spanish
that.
colleagues connected. Do we have Manuela? Manuela, I can hear you. I could hear you.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello.
We
Can
can't
you
see
hear
you.
me?
We can hear you, and now we can see
Wow.
you. Hello. So, Manuela, Alba, and Vera. Vera, is that correct?
Yes.
Good morning, you all. Good afternoon, and thank you for being so patient with us. We are loading your video as we speak, and we apologize for being a few minutes late. We've had an interesting day so far. Stu will share the video, and then we will have a chat with you. How does that sound?
Well.
Okay, bueno?
Yeah. Okay.
Bueno.
Okay,
Stu,
I'll share the
you can
screen
share the video.
and play the video. So here we go.
We are Vera and Alba, two students from Fernando de Rojas, a secondary school of Spain, Salamanca. And we are participating in this project with the river Francia to know how much microplastics are in the river. We take 3 samples of the same part of the French river. This river is isolated of the population, so our hypothesis is that we not have so much microplastics. Then we filtrate the 3 samples with this equipment of filtration. We take 5 milliliters or 500 milliliters of water. And when all the water was filtrated, we put it a coat under the back of the membranes to see it well under the microscope. We see all the particles under the microscope and classify them with this sheet. All the time we are using this sheet for know how are the pieces of plastic or the cellulose fiber and analyze it well with the coordinate that we put in the sheet for know in what part of the membrane they are the microplastic and take photo of them. Our conclusion was that on this river, on this part of the river, there's no very microplastics or a few ones because we only see a few cellulose fibers and we only see 2 or 3 plastic pieces.
Right, it's actually really helpful to see the equipment and see you talk in the laboratory about what you have done. I'm going to ask you a question about what you know now and what you knew before. Had you ever faced the problem of microplastics before?
No, this is the first time we work in this topic, and it really realized us that the problem is not only in oceans and seas, that it was our thought, and we have realized that we have found them in a river that is isolated from human population.
Wow, and how do you feel about that?
Well, a bit surprising because we thought because the river is isolated, it wouldn't be any particles of microplastics, but we found a lot.
Yeah, it sounds like. And you spoke about doing the protocol. And what do you think are the critical steps on implementing the protocol?
Well, the main challenges were encountered were about all the difficulty of identifying microplastics under the microscope. And secondly, the classification of the objects we found. We work in groups and examined the membrane twice because as more eyes can detect microplastics more effectively. And classification of microplastics is a bit difficult, but your guidelines and the provided Excel help us a lot.
Oh, fantastic. Now, you have spoken about what you did, and you know that this is a trial. So students like you have been sharing suggestions on what to change with the protocol. Do you have any suggestions for us?
For us, everything is fine. We have a little experience, like this is our first time implementing this protocol, and so far we haven't detected any issue. But if it's possible, using a high Microsoft quality will improve the process.
That's a good idea, to go and ask someone with money to fund you some good microscopes. And for your teacher, do you think you'll participate in the microplastics monitoring campaign this year?
Absolutely, yes. We are very excited with this project, and we would like to participate. Do you have any opinion about the participating in the campaign?
I think that all of us want to participate in this campaign because it's very exciting and it's so interesting to find the microplastics under the microscope, because it's a different way to do the things.
And it's a good opportunity for know more about our rivers.
And you know what? This is data that you're the first ones to ever generate. And this is true. Any comment, Manuela?
In general, we are very excited with this project. We realize that need a lot of time, like other teachers said before, but I think it's very interesting that watch how students are working with the microscope. Is very excited because at the first time they don't know what is the microplastics, and finally they find easier. And yesterday we worked in another in the last part of the river, in the mouth of the river, and there are more plastics that in the upper part, and this comparison is very interesting, and the students engage step by step. And every day, I think that this project is, first of all, engage with the science, because we need patience to do science. And in the second hand, we need to raise awareness to the population, because could be with this project, we don't have a solution, but at least we can show the problem and say, people, please, here is the problem, think, and then you can make a change for our planet and for everybody.
It takes great courage from you all to share the information with your community. We congratulate you on being such a great partner on the project again, and welcome your data. We're looking forward to receiving it and engaging with us. Please do reach out. Thank you so much. Now, Stu, we have a multinational collaboration. Next, a video from Guatemala, Mexico, and Costa Rica.
Yes, we do. I'll hit play on this one.
I'm sorry. Are the cameras working, or do you want?
We think it's working. I think it's working. Okay. We'll try this. If we get in trouble, we'll probably reach out again.
Here we go.
Imagine a land of exuberant vegetation, forests, crystalline waters, and mega-diverse flora and fauna. This is a Mesoamerican region that the ancestral tribes learned to exploit and preserve. This is the land we now study with globe protocols. Welcome to a study of ancient aqueducts and globe protocols in Mesoamerica. This is a Costa Rica, Guatemala, Mexico collaboration.
Nos encontramos en el Monumento Nacional Guayabo, a 85 kilómetros de la ciudad de San José, en la provincia de Cartago, en el cantón de Turrialba, el distrito Santa Teresita y en la colonia Guayabo, a 19 kilómetros al norte de la ciudad de Turrialba.
Un lugar sagrado nunca está aislado, siempre tiene una conexión con las plantas, los animales y los pueblos antepasados.
El sitio arqueológico del Monumento Nacional Guayabo es un asentamiento precolombino de 3.000 años de antigüedad. Uno de los elementos que más caracteriza a este sitio es su acueducto subterráneo, funcionando desde el año 300 a.C. y todavía hoy funciona. Esto le atribuye a este acueducto un sentido mágico y gran importancia para la sociedad que vivió acá en este sitio, haciendo que el acueducto todavía hoy funcione con esa fuerza especial que ofrece la naturaleza, ¿verdad?, en cada una de las gotas de agua que forman el acueducto subterráneo. Este acueducto fue declarado en el año 2009 Sitio de Patrimonio Mundial de la Ingeniería Civil por la Sociedad Americana de Ingenieros Civiles. Hoy día solamente 2 asentamientos en el mundo cuentan con esta clasificación. Una es el Monumento Nacional Guayabo y otro es el sitio arqueológico de Machu Picchu. Ambos acueductos tienen en común que funcionan todavía hoy día y nos muestran la gran capacidad hidráulica que tenían nuestros indígenas. El tema del acueducto subterráneo de Guayabo es un elemento bastante complejo. Está formado por un conjunto de pozos o tanques a través de un acueducto subterráneo que viene por debajo de la calzada y que abastece al tanque de captación. Finalmente, el tanque de captación es abastecido o alimentado por el agua de la naciente y es utilizado por los indígenas que llegaban hasta el borde del tanque para almacenar, para colectar en vasijas de barro el agua para llevarla a sus casas.
En tiempos de un clima cambiante, el paisaje de Guayabo no se escapa de la lluvia, de la niebla, de un aire caluroso. Sus comunidades: Torito, Guayabo, Santa Teresa y Colonia Guayabo. Son regiones con tierras muy ricas y productivas. La biodiversidad cerca del acueducto es diversa. Ranas, armadillos, aves, coyotes, serpientes, entre otras. El Monumento Nacional Guayabo es un lugar donde la ciencia, el arte y el aprendizaje se confabulan. Cuando los estudiantes se comprometen y conectan con la naturaleza, el aprendizaje es significativo. La conservación a través de la educación es el camino al cambio que se puede imaginar para el cuidado que merece el patrimonio cultural.
Greetings from Guatemala. We participate of the GLOBE program with Costa Rica, Guayabo City, and Guatemala, Mexico's STEAM program. We have used ancestral knowledge about agricultural practices and mixed it with modern technology. Guatemala has many aqueducts of ancient times, and we measure the clouds, as you can see there, the temperature with specifically this instrument, the pH and the rain and the wind speed with GLOBE protocols.
We seek to map the aqueducts in Guatemala to replicate the work done in Costa Rica by Ana Lorena Orozco and her team. Thus, working collaboratively, we want to use the GLOBE protocols to motivate STEAM-oriented career paths in students.
Thank you, Rivers in Spring.
Thank you so much. We're apologizing the subtitles did not work for the video, but we are lucky to have the team. Vanessa, would you like to turn your microphone and camera on?
Yes.
And maybe tell us a bit more about your project. Hello, how are you?
Hi. Actually, with us is our superstar, Mariana Sabino, which is our LAC coordinator. But
Hello,
also
Mariana.
we have Ana Lorena Orozco and Cesar Jose is here with us. Also in the camera of Cesar Guzman, since it's very early, Cesar Andres won't be able to connect. He's running to school. But let me tell you that we are a regional project. We now work with Ana Lorena schools in Costa Rica, but we usually work the Guatemala-Mexico region, and we are linked to Costa Rica, expanding our reach. In the spirit of collaboration, promoting the use of GLOBE protocols, and some of our students have remained engaged in the program for over 10 years, like Cesar Jose here. But we have moved on with some students because some of the older students are already at the university. They still try to reach and connect with new students and mentor the new students. And this is rewarding. Cesar was teamed with another student, Taron, that Mariana knew. And now Cesar is mentoring his brothers and his friends in the Scout movement to participate. We, of course, have to thank Mariana Sabino, our coordinator, who helps our students and personally involved with us. extending our students the invitation to participate in the regional meeting, where we connected with the project of Ana Lorena. And we were all able to expand regionally with this interesting topic. Mariana made the efforts to help and support us all the way, overcoming the challenges of training, and even Andrea Ventoso and her came to Guatemala and helped us train students. Our students are now working with the Costa Rica project to map the ancestral aqueducts. Guatemala is full of archaeological sites, but some of them have not been preserved properly, and the aqueducts are still working, even in the middle of the jungle. The aqueduct Tintal that runs from Mirador to Tintal site in Petén, it still works in the winter with great quality of water. Cesar Jose and the students measure the pH of that water, and that water remains between 7 and 7.5, which is great. And this is done only with the stones. The stones are doing the filtering, and it is a karstic region. And it's quite interesting to see how we can connect ancestral knowledge and ancestral sites with new technology, with the globe protocols, with the phone, with the measuring instruments, with the pH things that we have to do to check the water. So students really get engaged, and the interesting part was the scouts that you saw. It's Cesar brother, and he's engaged, and they are trying to motivate other students which are already on site. So we hope to expand this project and to make a ton of measurements and do measurements, Mariana, with the globe,
Sounds like
with the globe observer, with this for all over the year. So we hope next year to show you more results.
Sounds like you, Mariana, and Lorena, forces of nature. I was wondering if Cesar is there and can talk to us about what the most surprising aspect of the work that he did was. Is Cesar with you?
Yes, I'm here.
There you go. Hello.
Good morning. Well, here in my country is the morning. So, well, maybe the things that more surprise me. Well, it's all in general, because how the Mayan ancient times had already developed systems to bring water to their cities, and the quality of the water they managed to deliver, right? Well, maybe it surprised me that the rocks were specifically two types. There were crystalline quartz and solid, and usually that rocks they get like delete these organisms that are bad for health. Well, that was impressive for me to see all that and how that works.
That's great, Cesar. Of course, there's someone machine next to me. They're vacuuming the floor. I'm at an airport, so I do apologize for the noise. But it's a fascinating project, and talking about ancestral aqueducts and how important they are to this day is something that is very rare in Europe. For instance, we do use some Roman aqueducts, but we probably don't apply the same criteria that you do, and certainly the water that we see is much worse than the one you are finding. Ana Lorena, you are online, and I would like to hear from you if you can give us any information about the aqueduct.
Yes. It's very important that the people say that the water has been and water always will be an essential aspect of life. The presence of ancient aqueducts that still function is proof of this. Water help us understand of the biodiversity of place life is built around water. Human beings carry out their activities and work in relation on the quantity and quality of the water. The water is very important for the human, your conservation, and this place is essential
because the microplastic is here. Is really is here. I save the planet. Thank you.
Thank you so much for what you're doing. And any of you would like to share, from a teacher's perspective, one most challenging aspect and one most rewarding aspect?
Well,
Go.
is challenges and satisfaction is the student. I'm not speaking English, but the student need right now life of the region of the.
Ana, si quieres decirlo en español,
Sí,
te
Mariana,
ayudamos a traducir. Sí.
Ajá. Gracias, Mariana, muy amable. Sí, lo importante aquí es cuál es ese reto y cuál es esa satisfacción. En realidad es la misma. Es importante que los estudiantes conozcan el uso del agua desde los antepasados actualmente, porque en realidad en muchos lugares de estas zonas aún se utilizan estos recursos y el agua es un recurso para la vida, para la calidad de la vida. Pero sí puedo decir en inglés, Mariana, que the role of Mariana Sabino has been essential. Us, the luck.
Of course.
Eso,
Oh, the
sí,
luck.
okay, thank you.
She's the power of nature. Mariana, please.
Sí.
Well, Ana Lorena was saying that the challenge and the reward is kindly the same, because they want to learn to learn the students the importance of the water, how water is important for life, and it's really important for them to understand that the use of the ancestral aqueducts was so important for their lives and for their communities that they need to understand their past, to understand their presence, and to prepare for the future too.
Thank you so much, the three of
Thank
you.
you.
And Cesar as well. Congratulations on a fantastic project and achieving transnational impact. It's phenomenal. We also want to thank you in particular because you're connecting so early in the morning at your end. Truly appreciate that. It's nearly midnight where we are. So there you go, going around the globe.
Can I add
think that
something
Valeska
really
would
quick?
like to say something.
Sure.
Yeah.
Please.
One of the most rewarding things is precisely Cesar Jose, because Cesar Jose started in the project in our program really early in life, and now he's studying physics. So he remained engaged all these years. So
wow.
The GLOBE program also motivates students to continue STEAM-oriented career paths. So we're very proud of our students, but thank you.
Yes.
You are changing lives. You teachers are changing lives. That is demonstrated. Congratulations. And thank you so much. We're going to move to the same side of the world compared to us. We have the Dominican Republic connected online. Thank you so much for waiting. We have Henry and Maria Lorraine. And their students. You may unmute yourselves if you would like.
Yeah.
There you are.
Buongiorno a tutti.
From a force of nature to another force of nature. We thank you for helping us with the technology, Maria Lorraine.
Okay.
That we can see your screen.
Slideshow. Okay, here we are. Buongiorno a tutti. Where are the girls? Hello, girls. I don't see you. Okay. Okay, there you are. There you are. There you are. We have some girls missing today because two of the girls that belong to this group are competing in the National Science Olympics of the country. So this team of microplastics have reached far, far, far away, you know.
Wow.
Uh-huh.
Congratulations.
Yes, congratulations to them. So we only have 3 members present. So let's start. And this is the presentation made by the girls.
Are you sharing sound, Maria Lorraine? Oh, yeah, that's better.
Today we are
Fantastic.
going to be presenting our project, which topic is Can Pontedera Crassipes Filter Microplastics? Our group is composed by Daniela Gutierrez, Valeria Taveras, Evana Lorenzo, Marcela Costa, and Maya Camila. Microplastics are pervasive pollutants around the globe. They are particles degraded from plastic with a measurement of less than 5 millimeters. Pontedera crassipes is an aquatic plant, better known as lilies. They have spongy edge and cluster on the leaves and dark purple roots. Our research question is, can Pontedera crassipes filter microplastics? Our objectives are to prove the filtration of microplastics by the Pontedera crassipes, to determine the rafting effect, and the quantification of microplastics.
Materials and methods. The researchers used globe hydrosphere protocols to measure pH, salinity, alkalinity, turbidity, and temperature. They also conducted cloud observations and microplastic analysis using a filtration kit, Pontedera crassipes, and a microscope. For their findings, they tested a pH of 6.39, which is slightly acidic. This indicates contamination. The salinity was of 0.4 ppt, alkalinity of 1606 ppm, turbidity of 650 ml visibility. The clouds had a cover of 10 to 25%. The sky was clear and cumulus and cirrus clouds could be observed. The surface was muddy with vegetation.
Researchers collected lilies and ocean water from Playa Friendly facilities. Using containers and recycled bottle caps, they traded polyethylene into 700 milligrams of microplastics and added them to 2 10-liter water containers with lilies. After 5 days, the lilies were removed, and the water was filtered using vacuum and cloth filtration to capture microplastics. The samples were examined under a microscope following the globe program method. In the lab, the lilies were dissected and their inner tissue was placed in beakers with distilled water for further analysis.
The researchers found a grand total of 41 microplastics. 31 of those were plastic pieces, 7 were synthetic fibers, and 3 were natural fibers. Out of the 41 microplastics, most of them were black. The first trial on day 1 had 400 milligrams of microplastics, and on day 2, 180 milligrams. The second trial on day 1 had 300 milligrams of microplastics, and on day 2, 200 milligrams. The researchers determined that the microplastics were attached to the lily's inner tissue. This is due to the composition of microplastics, which is carbon and hydrogen bound together. This study examined microplastics' environmental impact and explored lilies as a filtration solution. Researchers found that lilies could aid in microplastic breakdown and removal, offering a potential ecological fix. They emphasized reducing plastic use, especially dense and textured plastics, and noted that collecting shoreline lilies also helps clean the ocean.
For future studies, the researchers plan to analyze how lilies change after absorbing microplastics. They want to identify which type of microplastics are most commonly absorbed by lilies and assess whether the lilies have a greater effect on improving water quality in rivers or oceans. Our hypothesis is the Pontedera crassipes will work as a filter or raft for the microplastics. In our variables, we have our dependent variable, which are the microplastics, and the independent variable, which is the Pontedera crassipes.
Ciao, Club Italia!
That's it.
That is lovely.
Okay, we have the girls here for any questions.
Oh, fantastic. Well, girls, congratulations on such a fantastic project to you and Maria Lorraine. This is a very interesting piece of information that you're sharing with us, and a very nice image on the left. What can you tell us about the experience? Was there anything that surprised you?
We love the experience because we get to really dive into what's in our waters, what's in our ocean, what's in our rivers. And it was important for us to really see how microplastics are really taking a big part on our ecosystem and how we can change that and maybe find a solution for it without damaging our beautiful ecosystem here.
It's fantastic because bioremediation is what you're talking about. That is such an interesting concept. And you have shown us some pictures during your studies, and we had a look at them together, right? Do you think you found which types of microplastics the plants like? What are your thoughts about them?
We found mostly plastic pieces, like, for example, bottle caps, like rest of bottle caps. And then we found a little bit of synthetic fiber, which would be man-made textile fiber.
Wow. So I was about to ask you this question. Can these plants act as filters, do you think? What have you found in your controlled studies?
Yeah, they can act like a filter for microplastics. Even though it was controlled, most of the microplastics that we found, we determined that were from the river. And yeah, we think they can work as a filter and a raft.
And you have been interacting with your community a lot. What can you tell me about what you've done?
Can you repeat the question?
You have worked with your community.
Yes.
The citizens and politicians in your area. How did they react, and what can you tell me about the interaction?
We presented our idea of helping with the microplastics, and we feel support from them because everybody wants to help to clean our waters. So it's important to spread the word that we need to clean, we need to stop this, and it's important to work with microplastics because not everybody knows that how microplastics act and how they can affect our ecosystem. So we worked with them, and we feel like we're getting to spread the word, and we're getting to let people know how microplastics are acting up and how they're with the leaves, the plants, the water.
Especially with our Osama River, which is one of our most contaminated rivers here, but as well as a very important river because as well as contaminated, it has a lot of ecosystems living in them, and it's such an important part of the country. And I feel like they really took our idea because of how important it is.
And one thing each of you is proud of.
Well, I'm proud of coming up with this idea because I think we can really change and we can really make this everything better here. We love our country. We want to help it as much as we can. So that's what I'm most proud of.
I'm really proud of my group as well as we really came together to fix such a problem that is very discussed, especially in our school. Because I feel like we really gave it the attention we needed, and we plan to give it more attention with our further studies with it as well.
I'm also proud about the way we did the project, the way that we kept the consistency of a project. We started this project in 2023, and in 2024 we kept it going with using like what we said we will use as a future research. We implemented it in the 2024 project, and this year we're continuing the project, but with a non-controlled environment.
Congratulations. Doing this work takes real courage. To see interesting things, to know you're making a difference requires a lot of effort, and controlled studies and non-controlled studies. And I love how the awards are making it in the list of being proud of, but not at the top, which means you really care about what you do. Maria Lorraine and Henry, any comments from you about what you're most proud of?
Oh, I am very, very proud of them, and especially because they are very humble. They did not tell you that Ivana's father was a Dominican senator, and he helped us in the Senate with this project, and he's a Globe parent in the Senate. So Ivana, we're very humble that you did not mention that, because the Dominican Senate forbid the plastics that are not biodegradable in Dominican Republic after their presentation in 2022. So
what an achievement.
They are very humble. They did not mention that, but I'm doing it for them and for her father that has been here helping us all the time. So yes, even not only for our country, that which is, I will say, the wider development of this project, but also for us, because it is a big sense of greatness, of gratification, being able to help other people and also to help ourselves, because we were drinking microplastics and eating microplastics. And now you can see that everywhere in the world, they are paying attention to this issue, and the people are looking for changes, especially using other vials and other containers that are not plastic. So
yes, fantastic impact, and you're such an exemplar of how science communicated well, like you girls did, can turn into policy that makes a country better for yourselves and the generations to come. Henry, is Henry online? Would you like to make a comment if you are?
Poor Henry is around the school.
Is around the school. That's all right. Girls, Ria Lorraine, thank you so much for what you're doing, and congratulations on being so entrepreneurial with what you're doing as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. And next, we're staying around the area with Argentina, probably best said in a different way. Do we have the Argentinian cohort?
Sorry, Alessandra, I think that Sandro told Anna that there were no time for showcasing her video.
Oh, dear. Did we do that?
I don't see Anna connected because I saw the email from Sandro telling her that there was not time because she registered late.
We might, that's right, sorry. It is midnight, it's midnight here.
Oh, wow,
I've been
where are
up
you?
since 5 o'clock in the morning. I'm in Australia. I'm actually in transit home. I'm still at the airport. I've been coming from another town to Melbourne, and then I think I will get home at 3 a.m. So then we have the ability to share something from the US, but also another 3 videos. And thank you so much, Mariana, for what you're doing. Your region is phenomenal. So maybe you can give us a comment instead of Anna.
Yes, well, Anna was going to showcase her study about the Chimiwin River. She has been collected information and water information about this river for the last 25 years. It's a really important study. She has been involved with GLOBE since the beginning of the program. She's a really important actor not only in Argentina, but also in the region. She's a mentor trainer, and she helps a lot with other teachers or new teachers or new trainers and to mentor them. So she's a really important. I know that you are going to add the video for the recording and so on. But yes, and now for the region, we are focusing on the study of mangroves too. Related to water, right? Yes, I'm really proud of Maria Lorraine, Valeska, Ana Lorena, and everyone who is making really important contribution to the not only to the GLOBE program, but also to the lives of their students. I I really trust, I really believe that GLOB change lives and change the students' lives. And Valeska was mentioning that it helps also for students to follow STEAM-related careers because of GLOB. And yes, I'm really proud of the GLOB Lab community.
It's phenomenal, right? The impact you're achieving with such large projects in your area. So you've spoken about a couple of projects. What you're regional coordinator. So what are other relevant projects that are taking place in your region? I know you have so much going.
Yes, we have been focusing the most of the activities in trees. We are running a campaign related to trees in LAC, but if you're asking me about projects related to water, I think we have the most important projects here. And we have also projects related to mangrove. Colombia and Suriname and some other Caribbean countries are working on monitoring mangroves and their impact on the ecosystems and the impact on their communities. So yes, we have plenty of topics.
Oh, absolutely. And you have very varied landscape that you're dealing with from the
Yes,
sea
and
to
the
the mountains, right?
biodiversity in LAC is really amazing.
Amazing. And we're talking today about glaciers, and we oftentimes think about glaciers from the flooding perspective or the rising sea waters perspective, maybe because most of us live in areas closer to the sea or low-lying lands. But your region goes very far south, is that correct? What can you tell us about globe and glaciers in your region? How do you live this day?
Well, I'm not sure if any schools, any school here in Argentina or in Chile that are the most close to the glaciers are working with glaciers, because they are really far on the south of the continent. And I'm not sure about any group studying glaciers related to GLOB. But yes, I think it would be really important to study them, to monitor them, because related to the increase of the world temperature, they are going to melt and it's going to be a huge disaster. So I think it's a good idea to start working on glaciers.
Not start working on glaciers as well, just because you didn't have enough to do. But I reflect very often that we rarely think about glaciers in South America, at least from this side of the world. In Australia, we don't quite reach the same latitudes.
Yeah.
But we're in the south of the world, and we don't have snow, but the other side of the world has a lot of snow, and that's critical to life and to many of the forests that are around. So you're studying trees. So any last project you would like to highlight for us? You have spoken about a few. Anything that you think relates to today particularly well?
Related to water, no, I don't have in mind any other project that I have not mentioned yet. I think the most important thing is we are having collaborative projects like the one Valeska and Ana Lorena presented. I think GLOB really contributes to international collaboration, and it will be really important if, for example, the teacher from the Netherlands were talking about some students going to the Caribbean to have some water samples. It would be great if we can get in touch with them. So maybe we can make some collaborative project with them, with the Caribbean countries, and keep promoting international collaboration.
Fantastic idea. You know, GLOB brings the world together with science.
For
and
sure.
I think
Yes.
Dorian would love to have a chat with you, and Mike would love to have a chat with you about it. Just wanted to congratulate you again. You're setting the standard in your region for other regions to follow. We know that many of your projects are transnational, which is not as easy to achieve even in Europe, where nations are very, very close to each other. Transnational projects become very hard.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. For me, it's really important where my background is in international relations. And since I started working with GLOBE, one of my goals was to really promote and encourage international collaboration. And we are having it. So I'm really proud of it.
I think you're doing really well at that. Everyone loves it. So thank you so much for hanging around. Thank you so much for connecting so early and for doing translation work for us as well.
Thanks
It's
to you
above
and thanks
beyond.
for the invitation. It's really important to have this kind of event of cross-regional collaboration. So thank you for inviting us.
And thanks for your patience with our technical difficulties.
Don't
One day
worry,
we will solve
it always happens. Don't worry.
I know, in the best of houses. All the best. Thank you, Mariana. Appreciate it. Now, we do have a few videos that we are going to share with you all. One is from the US, and the video from the US talks about microplastics monitoring protocol, but we also have another 3 videos that we have been queuing. So I'll pass the word to Stu for word from another part of Australia.
We first have Anna. We have her video ready to go. So I'll share the monitor and we'll be able to hear from Anna. And let's see if it plays.
Oh, great that we have it.
Buongiorno, mi nombre es Ana Prieto y yo soy la fundadora del Club de Ciencias Huechulasquen, un club de ciencia informal que trabaja con jóvenes investigadores en Junín de los Andes, en la región de Patagonia, en Argentina. Agradezco la invitación para participar en Fiumi di Primavera y mostrarles nuestro trabajo, nuestro último trabajo de investigación sobre calidad del agua del río Chimehuín. Es este que están viendo aquí atrás, que justamente es la naciente del río. Es donde empieza. Como yo llevo varios años trabajando en el programa GLOBE, aprovechamos el festejo de los 30 años de GLOBE para hacer una investigación incluyendo los datos anteriores. Nuestro estudio analizó los cambios en la calidad del agua de este río durante los últimos 25 años. Utilizamos protocolos de hidrología del programa GLOBE y analizamos tanto parámetros físico-químicos como comunidades de macroinvertebrados. Nuestros hallazgos muestran que aunque los valores físico-químicos siguen dentro de los rangos normales, ha habido variaciones en las poblaciones de macroinvertebrados que responden muy fácilmente a cambios ambientales, ¿no? Debido a impactos tanto climáticos como antrópicos. Estos factores fueron básicamente la urbanización, la sequía, una sequía que tuvimos prolongada, la erupción del volcán Calbuco, que tuvo una lluvia de cenizas en todo el área y obviamente llevó bastante, no solo la que cayó, sino la que redistribuyó el viento y después los caminos cercanos al río, digamos, le aportaron polvo. Bueno, afectaron el ecosistema y por suerte en 2025 hemos observado signos de recuperación de la biodiversidad. Este evento de la erupción del volcán Calbuco ocurrió en el 2015. Este proyecto ha sido una experiencia increíble para todos los estudiantes involucrados. Nos permitió aplicar la ciencia en el campo, aprender sobre el impacto ambiental y compartir nuestros hallazgos con la comunidad. Creamos videos para redes sociales, reels de Instagram mientras íbamos haciendo la investigación, básicamente para que vieran cómo se hacía una investigación, cómo se muestrea, cómo se hace un análisis y a través de eso generar conciencia ambiental en nuestra comunidad. Esto ha sido muy gratificante tanto para los estudiantes como para mí como profesora, ¿no? En cuanto al futuro, estamos planeando continuar el monitoreo del río Chimehuín, incorporando nuevas tecnologías como análisis satelital, más bioindicadores para evaluar la salud del ecosistema y de las riberas, que son un aporte importante, ¿no? También queremos expandir nuestra investigación a otros cuerpos de agua en la Patagonia y fortalecer la educación ambiental en nuestra comunidad. Nuestro objetivo es seguir generando datos científicos que ayuden a la conservación de los ríos y la biodiversidad. Agradezco a Fiumi de Primavera, River de Spring en inglés, por esta oportunidad de compartir nuestro trabajo. Esperamos que esta investigación inspire a otros jóvenes a involucrarse en la protección del agua y sigamos explorando y cuidando nuestros ríos juntos. Muchas gracias.
It's great, and we have Anna connected.
Yes,
Perfect
I
time.
told her.
Thank you. Thank you, Mariana. Thank you so much for that. Anna.
In the last minute.
Hello, good morning, and thank you for getting off so early. We managed to show
Yes.
you a video today.
Okay. My student is not possible connecting in this moment, is in school. This is informal science club, and I'm meeting with my student in the weekend.
Ah, wow. So you have an interesting weekend. That's not just during the week.
No. In the
Thank
weekend.
Thank you for participating. And we have great projects that are taking place. Can you give us a brief summary of the main findings of your project?
I make in the voluntary student, and the funding I buy with my salary the kit for.
Ana, creo que Alessandra te está preguntando sobre los descubrimientos del proyecto, no sobre
Perdón.
fondos.
No, el funding se me mezcló. Sorry, I understand bad the English. I discovered the Chimegüey River is a good water quality, but have maybe different impact. For example, the volcano Calbuco eruption and the many road near the rivers, go the ash or others particle pollution to the river. For example, in the pavement, the new route near the river. The microinvertebrate is very sensible. They change the communities in the disturbed area. Maybe the physical and chemical analysis is not respond very faster.
Not enough. Yeah. The students are working on the weekend.
Yes.
How is their experience? It's voluntary. Yeah. How do they find the experience?
Maybe it's a small community. Yeah, I invite the student. I working with the school. For example, I make a workshop and others events. I now where the good student is possible meeting with me in the club, science club. I invite.
And they enjoy it.
Yes.
Oh, fantastic. Maybe this type of project does not live without great teachers and without voluntary involvement by students. And it's only with passion that you can get students to come along. So well done.
Yes, I retired the secondary school many years ago, and in this moment, I am director of a master on science teach in the university, and the science club is a similar model how to make with student many different research in the river or other research.
That's great.
And it's useful for the a student of master science teacher, look the science club. And for a student is fantastic.
And Alessandra, I would like to mention that the students that join the science club, Anna Science Club, are secondary students. And after having the experience on working on Globe and the science club, most of them choose STEAM-related careers because of the inspiration of Globe and the impact of that Globe makes in their lives.
Fantastic. That's what teachers do. Teachers change lives.
Yes,
She's
a great inspiration.
Great inspiration. Thank you so much, Anna, and thank you for joining at such short notice. Again, congratulations on your students' work and your own unretirement.
Thank you very much.
And we have been notified we have Henry available for a quick comment as well. Hello, Henry. Welcome back.
Hello. Nice to be here. Yes, the girls, well, sorry I wasn't here at the beginning of the presentation or the discussion, but yes, the girls have put in a lot of effort into their work and following the scientific method and trying to get the microplastics protocol with the new pending Globe Microplastics protocol to use that in order to develop an experiment and look for a solution for the situation that's happening here in the Dominican Republic. So it's very good to see students who are using their creative skills and innovation in order to work for the community and hopefully expand into a global sense.
Thank you, Henry. And I have one question for you. Actually, two parts. One is, what is the impact on parents? And two, what is the impact on the rest of the school?
Well, the impact on the parents is that they as parents, that they see that the education that their children are getting is what they call cutting edge or top-notch education, working with the Globe program and the protocols and the scientists and that the students have access to and all that information. And the parents, just love it because they see that it's beneficial to them for the knowledge of their students. And as a community, as a school community, it's not just one family, but hundreds of families that their kids get educated in this way and go out into the world, go out into the community and have that ideology about conservation, about environmental science. So the parents just love it. I forget what was the second part of the question.
The other part of the school, the other school.
Oh, the school,
the part of the school and the students,
Yes, but about the students, every year we have our science fair, and we get the science fair. We go along with the Globe program and the IVSS theme, and the students have that mindset when it comes to issues in environmental science, because they work with it not only during the science fair, but also it's incorporated in part of the curriculum, so that even from preschool, they're learning about, we have the polar bear campaign, and they're learning about global warming and how that, what we do here affects everything that's far, far away. So, they start off there and goes all the way up to grade 12. So the students are motivated, and it's incredible to see that as they get up through the levels, through the grades, that their thinking skills are set in that way, and that they realize that the earth is where they are is not just the Dominican Republic, but everything they do takes on that global aspect.
Congratulations again on changing lives to you all girls, and to you, Henry and Maria Lorraine, and everyone in your region as well. fantastic. We're truly thankful for being able to witness this. We'll see you next time. Hopefully we can connect sometime. I thank you all for being here. We will now show a few videos from the series of videos that we didn't show before because of technical problems. So I'll pass it to Stu to broadcast a few videos. I will have to make my way to the bus very shortly, so I will start to make preparations for that. It's a long way to get home. Stu, all yours.
Okay, thank you, Ali. And yeah, the bus leaves shortly. Okay, what we will do is run several videos in turn. We have one from one talking about the tap water in Zagreb, and we will play that first. And I apologize, these will all be played individually because our larger single file failed. So here's one about microplastics in Zagreb.
Hello, from 15 Gymnasium, Croatia. We're here to ask, can we ignore microplastics? Plastic is everywhere. What we don't see are the small fragments called microplastics that end up in our food, our waters, and ultimately our bodies. In the experiment, we sampled tap water from different locations around Zagreb. It was filtered using a vacuum pump. We then analyzed 10 random squares on each filter to obtain the average on the whole. We also made a student survey to gain insight into public's awareness of the problem of microplastics. And here are the results. The left graph represents the number of microplastics per liter for each location. The average number from all locations is around 1200 particles per liter. Now the right graph shows the results from the survey. We asked each participant to order the locations by decreasing the number of microplastics. As we can see, their best guesses aren't too far from the actual order, but experimentally, maximum has definitely the most. Each participant was also asked to estimate the amount of microplastics in their own homes. The results range from just 10 to millions per liter, showing a deep lack of awareness of the problem. Our hypothesis was that there was no significant difference between the average amount of microplastics at different locations around the city. Using the chi-square test, that hypothesis was rejected. Now, how much plastic do we actually drink? Combining the daily water intake from the survey with experimental results yields around 1700 particles per day. That means we drink more than 500,000 microplastic particles a year. Now that's a lot. But can we ignore it? Well, probably not. Microplastics are found in every tissue of the human body, carrying heavy metals and pathogens with them, disrupting hormones, causing cancer and more. These plastics are also accumulating without a way for the body to remove them, so the worst may be yet to come. So here's some images of what you drink every day. Finally, by Croatian law, the amount of microplastics in drinking water isn't regulated, and that needs to change. We hope you raised awareness of the problem of microplastics and perhaps inspired some to make meaningful changes.
Okay, and that was a video from Zagreb about the microplastics in tap water. Now what I am going to do is run through a sequence of videos provided by Ireland and then 3 from Italy. So I will open up the video from Ireland first, which is this one. Bring this across, share the screen. And we'll play this video here.
Hello everyone, my name is Aileen Bright. I'm the Globe Country Coordinator here in Ireland. We work as part of Antashka, which is a national trust in Ireland. Globe Ireland took part in the Microplastics Monitoring Protocol trial back in 2021 and 2022, and we collaborated with schools here in Ireland to investigate microplastics in the local rivers. This was a great opportunity for students in Ireland to explore a pressing global issue in their own community. I think it was eye-opening for us all, to find microplastics in the water, particularly when you can't see them with the naked eye. We were very fortunate to run some workshops with schools. We collaborated with Dr. Quentin Crowley from Trinity College Dublin, and he was able to lead the students with his expertise and knowledge on the subject. I think this project really resonated with students. Beyond the data collection, they were reflecting on their own daily habits, particularly around single-use plastics. As a coordinator here in Ireland, we are very grateful to be involved in this project. It's highlighting a very, important issue globally, and we played a small part in the overall project. But we wish you all, the Microplastics team, the very best with your endeavours. Thank you.
Okay, that's a video from Ireland talking about how they experienced the Microplastics project. Now we have one from Italy.
3, 2, 1, let's go! Ciao a tutti, noi per cognome e professione. Mi chiamo Federica Martini, faccio il terza A e sono una studentessa. Mi chiamo Francesco Nulla, studio e sono in terza B. Sono Laura Lini, sono una studentessa e sono in terza C. Siamo tutti del liceo di Sahara. Io sono Angelica Grisoli e oggi sono nella veste di intervistatrice. Bacca! Sapete dirmi cosa sono le microplastiche? Le microplastiche sono pezzetti di plastica molto piccoli. Le microplastiche sono pezzi di plastica minori di 20 mm. Sono pezzi che derivano da pezzi molto più grandi. Dove possiamo trovare le microplastiche? Nelle creme di bellezza, nei dentifrici oppure nei saponi. Nei vestiti sintetici di scienza. Ormai dappertutto nelle celle e nei mani. Che voto daresti a gravità di questo fenomeno? Io 3,5. Io 9,5. Io 11. Ma scherziamo! Cosa puoi fare tu per eliminare questo fenomeno? Posso usare meno plastica. Posso smaltirla in modo corretto. Posso evitare di comprare vestiti sintetici. Ma avete un sogno nel cassetto? Il mio cassetto è vuoto. New York. Andare a fare la 900. Un saluto baleare.
Okay, and now we can move on to the Proteus team's video.
From 2021 to 2024, the Association Proteus has worked for the sustainability of Lake Como. Last year, as a part of the GLOBE project, the association presented Lake. An environmental restoration project that combined modeling and 2D printing, ecology and education for the regeneration of the lake through replanting of submerged grasslands. Until last year, almost the entire process was self-financed. Between the end of 2024 and the beginning of 2025, something wonderful happened. Collaboration with the Insubria University of Como in Varese was strengthened for a greater collection of environmental data, like analysis of plankton, microplastic in the water, sediment collection for contaminant studies. Videos are prepared for the study of the status of aquatic grasslands and the validation of their working phase in the tank, with 3 dedicated European calls have been won, which will extend the area of intervention up to a total of thousands square meters between Italy and Switzerland and make it possible to collect important data on the ground. At the same time, STEAM activities continued with high schools, expanding the number of students who in their own small way tried to improve the blue earth of their territory. Soon we would like to realize another dream, lay a submerged mesocosm as a laboratory to improve our environmental restoration action. We believe that sustainability is a process, and our duty is to start it and keep it alive.
Okay, now we can move to the school De Amicis.
Buongiorno a tutti, sono Edoardo Pagano, docente di Matematica e Scienze presso l'Istituto Comprensivo De Amicis do Milano di Randazzo. Il corso d'acqua che i nostri ragazzi hanno studiato è il fiume Alcantara. Il progetto Globe rappresenta una vera storia di successo per la nostra scuola e per i nostri studenti. Tra le attività più significative c'è stata la ricerca delle microplastiche nelle acque del nostro fiume.
Secondo me lo step più coinvolgente è stata l'osservazione dei campioni d'acqua filtrati, dove abbiamo messo in pratica le nostre conoscenze, approfondendo la tematica, scoprendo cose che non ci aspettavamo.
Con il progetto In cammino con Globe ho scoperto che da un campione di acqua molto piccolo si può aprire un mondo molto grande.
Questa esperienza non solo ha rafforzato le loro competenze scientifiche, ma ha anche acceso una nuova consapevolezza ambientale.
Ho imparato per esempio come misurare il pH dell'acqua e come filtrare i campioncini. Ho osservato le microfibre e vari frammenti al microscopio e è stata anche una grande opportunità per visitare nuovi luoghi.
Sono Sofia e col progetto Globe ho compreso che bisogna proteggere di più la natura.
Questo progetto mi ha permesso di acquisire nuove abilità, come per esempio osservare le microplastiche al microscopio e rilevare la quantità di ossigeno disciolto nell'acqua.
Gli studenti hanno infatti capito che anche un piccolo gesto, qual è quello di raccogliere e analizzare un campione d'acqua, può contribuire a una ricerca globale sullo stato di salute dei nostri fiumi. E siamo certi che il loro entusiasmo ci indurrà a portare avanti questa grande e importante missione.
Okay, and now we can head across to another team.
Hello everyone, my name is Sunye. During the summer vacation, I first participated in a camp about water quality testing. I chose the thing of observing plastic particles. After camp, I found it very interesting, and teacher also thought we did a good job. So, after school started, I asked friends to do it with me. Regarding the research on plastic particles contents in cosmetics, we inevitably encountered some difficulties during the production process. We saw the help of teachers and finally successfully presented our results. In the process, I not only learned to communication with teachers and peers skills, better understanding of the academic knowledge about this research. I think this is a very valuable experience. We spent time and effort on this research and participated in an international online report for the first time because this report is closely related. My relationship with classmates has become closer, and my spoken English has also improved. I'm very happy to have this opportunity to do this research. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Xingyu Wang. I'm very happy to participate in this special research. Although we encounter many difficulties during the process, for example, the pigment of the lipstick was too red and it was difficult to see the microplastic clearly. So we used acetone to separate the pigment and let the plastic could be clearly seen. Our school also invited English teachers to give us adjustment and suggestions on English grammar and content modification. Even though the process was complicated and arduous, I was still very glad that I participated in this activity, which benefited me a lot.
Of my classmates and I discovered this international exchange activity at school. I think this activity is very interesting and it can improve my various abilities through international exchanges, including teamwork and English skills. In the process of preparing for international exchanges, we encountered many problems. For example, the experimental data was very different from what we expected, which made us a little frustrated. then we had to keep doing experiments again, and we couldn't pronounce many words while making a presentation. Although there are many difficulties, I am very grateful to my classmates and teachers for their great help. We have achieved such perfect results today.
Okay, and now we can try another school, which is also in Asia.
Hey, do you know what's in cosmetics?
Of course not.
Common microplastics in cosmetics include polyethylene, polypropylene, polybutene, and polyamide. We learn about the ingredients by checking the ingredients list of cosmetics outer packaging.
How do you know it?
If you use the Beat the Microbe ad, you can even tell if it contains any microplastics.
Oh no! There are so many microplastics in cosmetics. I don't want to be a microplastic girl.
What's worse, according to studies, microplastics may possibly cause health problems.
Oh no! Microplastics are so scary. We should avoid using cosmetics which contain lots of microplastics.
And that's one that helps us understand the choices that people make every day. Cosmetics, as we have seen in the material and in many more media reports, cosmetics include a lot of microplastics. We'll now have two videos from Italy.
I tormenti di Poseidone è un progetto organizzato dalla Globe in cui sostanzialmente si va a cercare nei vari corsi d'acqua la presenza di microplastiche. E quindi noi, i ragazzi della Retrieve Montalcini, ci siamo messi a cercare i nostri corsi d'acqua, che sono la Bormida, la Bollente e l'acqua marcia.
Siamo ai piedi dei resti dell'acquedotto romano che in un percorso di 13 km attraversava il fiume Bormida su grandi archi eretti da pilastri per rifornire il centro città con l'acqua del torrente Erro.
La nostra testimonianza arriva da Aquitaine, una storica città circondata dalle colline dell'Alto Monferrato che da sempre lega la sua storia all'acqua, essendo conosciuta per le sue sorgenti termali e per il suo ricco patrimonio culturale.
La Bollente è il luogo simbolo della città di Aquiterme, in cui sgorga in continuazione l'acqua sulfurea che ha reso famosa la nostra città, con una portata costante di 560 litri al minuto e una temperatura di 75 gradi.
Ora rientriamo a scuola, in laboratorio, dove filtreremo l'acqua campionata. I filtri verranno in seguito osservati tramite microscopio ottico, in modo da riuscire a identificare la presenza di microplastiche o di altre sostanze.
Le microplastiche che sono state ritrovate nei campioni di acqua prelevata sono sfortunatamente molte. In conclusione, si può affermare che nemmeno le fontane sono al sicuro dalla piaga delle microplastiche.
And you could see some of the techniques used to undertake the filtering, including generating a vacuum in the lower part, which just helps drag the water through the filter more quickly. We'll now have another video from Italy.
La nostra testimonianza arriva da Aquiterme, una città circondata dalle colline dell'Alto Monferrato, che da sempre lega la sua storia all'acqua, essendo conosciuta per le sue sorgenti termali e per il suo ricco patrimonio culturale. Siamo ai piedi dei resti dell'acquedotto romano che in un percorso di 13 km attraversava il fiume Bormida su grandi archi eretti da pilastri per rifornire il centro città con l'acqua del torrente Erro. La Bollente è il luogo simbolo della città di Aquiterme, in cui sgorga in continuazione acqua sulfurea, che ha reso famosa la nostra città. È uno spettacolo osservare quel continuo corso d'acqua vaporoso con una portata costante di 560 litri al minuto e una temperatura di 75 gradi.
And now we'll head to Thailand.
Under the big oceans, there are one type of living things that considered important to be a world ecosystem. Plants that are food, source, and nursery for marine animals of the world. Seagrass. Besides the seagrass, is important plant for animal. Seagrass is also important in global warming. Seagrass is a big source of blue carbon, and also seagrass can absorb carbon dioxide. The main cause of global warming is 4 times better than land forest. But another interesting ability of seagrass is seagrass act as a trap for microplastic. Based on Mr. Christmas research, indicate that microplastic accumulate higher in seagrass area than in other area. The problem of microplastic trend is increased due to human daily life. When microplastic increase, the inevitable that seagrass will not be affected. From these introductions, the researcher would like to study trend in microplastic accumulation in seagrass sediment and seagrass. We will study in different types of seagrass to see how different microplastic accumulation among those species. We study in Cymodosia rotundata, Halophila ovalis, and Anhalus acoroi. Our research is begin. So, our research we have two study sites, Park Kong Beach at Trang provides and outcome Tang provides. We start the method at 1. Determine the sampling of seawater, soil, and seagrass by randomly and send the data into the globe data entry. 2. We analyze the water quality and microplastic in soil, water, and seagrass. 3. We study leaf cross-section of seagrass. And 4. Statistical of data.
And next, I will explain you some methods about analysis microplastic. First one, we taking soil sample and filtering them through sieve and filter cloth, then subjecting them to the WPO process, followed by another round of filtration, all for the examination of microplastic. In testing for microplastic in water and in the seagrass, use different only process to prepare the sample. In the water, using manganese to collect the seawater, and in the seagrass sample, we wash with distilled water, then cut into small pieces before entering the WPO process, same in the soil. So we will show you about our result. First one, the study on water quality review. There was no difference in pH and salinity between two study sites, but the DO level in outcome was slightly higher than the Park Kong Beach. And in the study of microplastic in water, revealed that the quality of microplastic in water at Park Kong Beach and outcome did not differ, as shown in this table.
Okay, and this table will show you microplastic in soil. That's what found in Park Kong Beach and outcome is what found the most microplastic is found in seagrass area. Aquarius is the most. And this table shows you microplastic in seagrass. Is what found that in Park Kong Beach and outcome is in seagrass. Rotundata is have a most microplastic in two area. And a mode of microplastic that we found is type like a fiber is more than fragment. And the most color of microplastic that we found is black, followed by blue. And for discussions, we found the water quality and coefficients of microplastic both study site and not statistically differ. This because both areas have similar geographical features. And in soil in Anhalus Acuroid area had a highest amount of microplastic. This because the physical of characteristics have a brittle fiber make a trap for microplastic. A microplastic in seagrass that was found in Torrandata has the highest coefficients respectively is because have a thin leaf and extensive internal gaps. It's allowing microplastic accumulate easily. So in Halophilia ovalis had a fewer intergaps within its leaf. So while Anhalus Acuroid has a thicker leaf surface, making it difficult for microplastic to accumulate within the leaf. So for the conclusions, 1. The amount of microplastic in soil and seawater at Pakong Beach and Outcome Beach was not significantly different. And 2. Is what found that Anhalus Acuroid area had the soil had the highest level of microplastic. 3. Chimodocea rotundata have more microplastic than both Anhalus Acuroid and Halophilia ovalis in order. 4. The site begins from 1 mm to 20 micrometers. More of microplastic found are linear and black according to the site shape and color. 5. Water quality in both study sites do not significantly differ. And then end of presentation. We hope that our research will create more awareness about microplastic to create a guideline for seagrass conservation from microplastic and find ways to keep the seagrass, the important things for ecosystem of the world, can alive.
And we have one final video for tonight, which is a video submitted by Globe Italy. They had a new exposition in a city called Mantova, and this video is about that. After this video, we'll be able to close the broadcast. Okay, that's the video from an exhibition that's being run in Italy using some of the information and images from the Microplastics protocol. I'll stop sharing a screen now. We have a couple of closing remarks. I'll touch on a couple of things and then we'll close this off. Thanks to all of the schools who've contributed people, their time and their creativity to the event today as part of World Water Day. So videos that show a lot of information about what students and teachers have been doing on behalf of science, and it's fantastic to see the passion from so many people. The Microplastics protocol is all about participation, and so it's really good to see people from so many places participating, and then also being encouraging of others and gathering data, sharing that data, sharing the images, and we hope to see more of that in years ahead. That's all I have for today, other than I hope to see everyone next time we're around, and we encourage everyone to keep going with Microplastics and the other GLOBE protocols for the rest of the year. Arlene, would you like to say anything?
Yeah, thanks, Stu. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for making this day what it is. It takes contributions from everyone. We're all volunteers, and students in particular bring life to any science project. You are the future, and it's great to see you're part of shaping the future with us. Today's theme was Save Our Glaciers. Glaciers are something we don't often think about, and we don't think about impacting other than through climate change. We discussed before that all emissions of particulates, including microplastics, contribute to glacier melting, and that by itself is not helping the planet get into a better place. So whatever you're doing in the GLOBE projects, in the GLOBE ecosystem, keep doing it, keep spreading the word, keep sharing your passion. You're making this special, and you will make the world a better place. Thank you for participating today, and apologies again for the issues we have had. All the videos will be available individually in a Globe Italia YouTube channel in a playlist with World Water Day 2025. Thank you so much. All the best.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye from Dominican Republic.
Bye. Thank you.
Hope we can see you someday here.
One day.
I'd love to come.
Yeah, one day you have to come to our beautiful beaches. Bye.
Sounds good.
I look forward to it. Thank you so much.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Sure, you might need to stop the streaming.